Hello and welcome back to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2024. And just something, there's something that we need to do right now. The final thing to do this weekend, and that is to showcase the finals map pool. This is Surf285 in the commentary booth, and Mifa alongside me. How are you doing?
Hello, and we are so back right now. This is, well, the penultimate round of the map pool showcase, I think, in particular for this tournament. Well, as you know, that most of the time, map pool showcase has been the most fun thing that we probably like to show you for the people and for the players as well. But I will say something a little bit about the map pool structure in particular. So the thing about finals and also grand finals will also feature a little bit of an extra map for Rice and the for the Lambda as well. It is best of 13, so it's gonna be a first to 7 points. So more stuff to come out there once we get to the overall map pool in itself. You know, one Rice and one more LN, so more stuff there. So hopefully we got some other selections for the teams that are be playing. Well, 6 teams actually, but regardless, that's all for the map structure in itself. So I think we should be probably ready for, I guess, the first pick.
Yeah, we'll let you do the honors here.
All right, this will be our first pick for the showcase. So hopefully we get to see once we're in. Yep. So first pick here, we got Rice One, which is our delay-ish speed pick, which is Moongate by Shiraishi. Tails made an appearance again for most of the speed picks in general. Well, as you can see, it's pretty much delay for what it is. It's very fast delay at that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the players here, especially in the 7K scene, maybe for some of those in the 4K scene as well, should be very familiar with this particular version of Moongate. I mean, the chart itself, the chart speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's just a couple of measures of delay, and some of them are even introducing like intrusive patterns that even in of itself sometimes even force you to do double stairs, which are not double stairs.
Yeah, and basically this chart does build up very well from what we had from the semifinals, so what we had for Rice 1. This is a bit more like really leaning more into the delay stream patterning, unlike what we like from what we had from the previous round. It was more of a dumpy kind of patterning. Now we're just seeing like a bit more abrasiveness, like some chords inserted into these streams as well.
Yeah, finally, once you get like to the break, it's just the only break that you'll have, and everything else is just you continue on hitting the speed patterns in general.
But yeah, like we get a short break section here, and obviously those who are very familiar with this music, here you go.
Yeah, although I would say that the cut itself is kind of abrupt because I'm pretty sure Moongate in itself has some one complete measure, but this is like a 3.25 of a measure that it be cut.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a side effect of like the music itself being made into suitable into the delay kind of thing. For like, correct me if I'm wrong, but delay versions of these music were actually made at a time when the was it 2DX, I think. Like basically every single sound has to be key sounded, so one note is literally one sound, and so you get this delay kind of effect.
Yeah, it's, I guess it was more of key sounded with I guess most of the LR2 charts in general, which purposefully use delay sounds for most of the key sounded effect. But that is going to be our first pick here, and I'll let you take the honors for the second one.
Now, I hope I don't butcher the title here. We have Tse Chang Hao, which is going to be our dense chord stream pick, our Rice 2, and those is like, I think this should be pretty familiar for a lot of players as well. The structure here should be less similar to what we have for Rice 2 from the previous round, and more really leaning to this super hyper brackety kind of chord stream. Like, it's a bit more straightforward than what we have from last round, but I mean, you see here, like, there's a lot There's a lot to take in.
More emphasis on the heavy chords rather than bracket. I mean, the bracket in itself is already hard enough, but you introduce more of the heavy chords and double snares in general, which might be even more odd to play.
Yeah, and this chart just keeps going on and on and on and on. Like you're given like this pretty short break section. Well, I don't even think you can treat this as a break section.
Yeah, I guess more of the chord. I mean, the chords, yeah, here and there, but then you just transfer it into more of a chord stream, which is normal. But it's more once you get to these more anchor heavy stuff, the chart starts again.
Yeah, and like I think I noticed like the chord sizes here are a bit heavier than what we saw from the first third of the chart. So this is really something for the players to take note of, because we've seen like a few players really miss out on these big chords, these big hits that is most likely going to be draining some stamina as well from your end.
Yeah, this is just all stop, non-stop, all very much. This is really, really dense for what it is. And even the chords itself are kind of introducing 7-note chords at one point.
And that's our dense chord stream pick. And now for our next pick, I'll let you be the one to introduce it.
Yeah, alright, let's just go straight into it. This is our stamina-ish core stream, but then again, I mean, we've seen quite a lot of like tinnitus for here and again, and we'll see here. What's the next one? Oh, look, it's Snow's original! What could that mean? And that is the first of the original for this map pool. Yeah, thanks, massive thank you there for Lime for having to take over with Campanella here for the faster core stream, more stamina-ish pick. I don't know what do you think of this?
Well, arguably like one of the one of the most beautiful charts in the pool. I think I remember seeing some. I actually remember seeing someone in the chat mentioning like, "Please don't ban this." Like, I'm already giving a prediction that this is possibly like one of the most favored picks for all of the 6 teams remaining in the showcase. And you saw the patterns right there. It's a bit different than what we saw from Zhejianghao. Like that one was a bit more in the brackets. This one is a bit more in the multi-stair streams. And man, I can't wait to see the team scores that will be coming out of this chart. Now, it's time for us to move on and see our core jack pick, which is Volsi Bar. I hope it didn't butcher the name again. And this is a chart by Tabatu. And again, since this is our Rise 4, this is going to be our core jack pick. Presumably we're going to be seeing this in a lot of the matches as well. Also, something the music kind of reminds me as well. Like, why does this sound like Strong 280?
This is probably the original source of the remix, actually.
Yeah, it's Strong 280, but not Strong 280.
This feels actually so weird now.
Yeah, like we're so used to hearing this at twice the speed. You already see BPM 140, like we had Strong 280 from 2022 grand finals. Like that was a core stream chart. Now this is more core jack chart. Also, just look, actually lots of mini jack transitions. Like the jacks are pretty spread around. Not to mention, you're also seeing some more of these long jack stacks. I think this is pretty much a very different approach to core jacking. Now we're back into these more denser sections, but like lots of places to trip up on.
Yeah, this is just the strong 280, but you cut off the one chorus, and it eventually just turns into these massive, big chords every one half of a measure.
Yeah, like this is gonna be pretty intense to see, especially the grace notes as well. Something that the teams we might see some act drops if we see a player caught lacking in a way. Yeah, like accuracy drops that come in from there, but not that this chart is hard enough. Like you see those spacebar jacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is also the same exact cut from like the actual category Strong 280, but this is also basically the same chart that you will see. I mean, you saw like 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah. But yeah, now more of these jacks. Also, yeah, you cannot really escape the grace notes as well. Like, you have some on the left hand, some on the right hand.
Oh, actually getting even denser with the handed fire scores.
Yeah, like you're like in a way, you can't really escape these patterns, regardless whether you use mirror or not. Though I'm pretty sure like some of the players might still consider using it should they find themselves mind blocked in a way.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have a big man, strong man in the background there. We just got some simple ones there.
I guess this is the bar where the guy from the Strong 280 background goes to.
Yeah, they're gonna have a bar fight.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. We got an original that is coming from our neighborhood, more or less. Clover by Commissar from the Rookie 2023 before. Tech pick here. When you say tech, for a star rating like this, it's actually gonna be chaotic as it seems. But this is also very long for a tech pick.
Yeah, one of our longer tech picks ever since the start of the tournament, just clocking over 3 minutes. And I think this is actually one of the longer picks in this pool as well. I kind of forgot the drain times, but it should be around that figure. Compared to what we had from the last round, this is going to be leaning more towards into staggered patterning. Like you're going to see a lot more of these pretty funny patterns, like emphasized double stairs, like some of these gallopy style brackets.
Oh
Like
yeah.
just stuff that are not the easiest to hack.
Yeah, even some of them even forces some sort of bracket mini jack, and even some of those graces that are just like akin to like when I saw like Toki made of Light Ginger from like the 10 Dan course or whatever.
Oh yeah. I kind of wish I was at that level. Also, that part, that was actually pretty fun. That was pretty fun. You're getting a like there are some sections here that like just give you a respite from the madness. Like some more straightforward sections, and then immediately you're thrown into the deep end. Like you're being asked to hit these super fast patterns. Some ladders, some stairs as well. Like some pretty awkward transitions. This chart asks you a lot of things. Whether you are able to hit all of these.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you will notice about the song in itself is like, by itself it has like 3 sections that are kind of repeating, so it's kind of looped in a way, but the patterns are at least more variety for what it is. Sometimes you introduce polyrhythmic, sometimes you introduce brackets, sometimes you even introduce just some wacky patterns right out of the gate. It's just everything just throws at you at full force. Something like that is just like so disgusting.
Yeah, and I just can't imagine like the amount of physicality you even need to get accuracy out of this chart. I mean, like here, at least for the Maple team, like as I mentioned, like, we have like a lot of good players in the Maple selection team, and we're already seeing some of them already drop into like the 96-97% accuracies. Just a testament really to the difficulty of these pools.
Yeah, sometimes now even introduces trills, but now we're getting into more of a weirder core jack section, but now
Yeah,
double
and
stairs
now this
just throw
section.
like that, being thrown like
Yeah.
a truck.
Yeah, just an asymmetric stair section right there. Definitely a place the players should watch out for. And even this outro section could be a place to trip up if you're not careful.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, there you
the
go.
flips.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, more variety for
Yeah.
patterns like that. I guess when you say that, I guess the replayer, I think this my evening as well. We also played this, so
Yeah.
these kinds of patterns are just disgusting to look at now.
All right. Now, if you thought the technical pick is a bit crazy, let's go to our mixed rice pick, which is our rice 6. And we have Cutter here, HR by Critical Star, and Kobe. And I'd say for this chart, basically you're going to be dealing with a lot of bursts. And you're already seeing some of them here.
Yeah, a little bit of a nod to Forky 2022, I think it was, for I guess the particular song being used. But nevertheless, being this is a mixed rice, you don't really have to, nail some of those patterns that are just very staggered in a way.
Yeah, I mean, like these patterns, like it's mostly going to be pretty straightforward. Like unlike what we had from the previous pick, like here you're not introduced to more awkward stuff. Like here, it's relatively comfortable for the players. Shouldn't be too bad at least, but again, like lots of sections where you can trip up that burst right there. Like the mini jacks in that transition is actually pretty tricky to hit. Like every burst section here has something where it's pretty easy to just drop your accuracy on, or maybe even a combo. You see that slam right there as well. Yeah, that's everything.
It's a fake 7-note chord, and it's just you play them as you would normally play it. It's a 7-note chord, but except this time it's just all hell goes loose with the patterns and the speed requirement.
And now we're digging into this break section. Like you're still being asked to hit grace notes as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like just a lot of grace notes, really.
Yeah, this is pretty simplistic. I mean, pretty simplistic is probably not the right word for it, but it's just the simpler patterns after everything else you've gone through this chart. But you get into a more core stream that is just almost akin to like the more speedier things, you know? These kind of patterns are very abrasive.
Yeah, like as we've seen, like we see some column sections, and then suddenly like it's just going to be built up to something that triple players. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely could see some act drops there in the end for those not careful.
Yeah. Well, as I said that we do have a one extra rice pick there. And if you thought like mixed rice pick isn't enough, we wait until you get the longer mixed rice here. Chimmy Morio by Lar, charted by Liju. Quite long.
And yeah, like now we have, I think, our first 4 minute plus pick of this World Cup.
All
Somebody
right.
somebody could correct me on that. But yeah,
It,
is
It is 4 minutes. Essentially a tiebreaker, if you want to call it, but no LNs. Just, I mean, there's one, but again, longer rice picks are tend to be kind of ignored most of the time. But hopefully, this does not, because it's pretty simpler than what it is.
yeah. Here's the thing about the new category here, or long mixed rice pick. It's going to be higher in BPM, but I mean, I kind of want to say that this chart would contradict what I'm about to say, but I kind of want to say that these longer picks are going to be relatively more comfortable to play. The chart doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, the patterns even does keep changing for every measure or so. So it would be really, really bad if you transition this very wrongly.
Yeah, and actually, part of the notes we were given for the showcase is that this is arguably the hardest of the rice picks in the pool as well, and you kind of see like some of that in there as well. Like, these transitions are brutal, like a full-on speed section now.
Yeah, this is just all patterns just being thrown at you, and even some introduce some of the harder, abrasive, rigid patterns there.
And we're only just like a third of the chart into this. And there's a lot of notes that we're going to see. And now here we enter our main section, like a chords theme, but with a lot of these super technical bursts, like lots of one-hand trilling, actually a split trilling. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Hey.
oh man.
And guess what? This is the first half of it. You still have another half.
Yeah, just putting keyboards. This is keyboard torture.
I just cannot understand how this is even like 7.5 star. That you just throw everything at you with just full force. And even with this kind of pattern, it's not even the simpler type of core shape, but now you're being thrown at you with more of these stuff now.
All right.
Oh god,
What
what
a- yeah, I just remembered this section. All right. You're having basically one-hand bias pattern, but each pattern is very hard on one hand. The other is like you're playing like a single stream on your left hand, and you're playing like grace notes on your right hand, and then it switches up to the other, and then the other, like every measure or so. Like that.
It's
that.
yeah.
That
It's
section
like
is what.
something. It's like something got messed up in the LR2 chart, but it got left there because of the key sound.
I feel like that was a like if an O2 Jam charter made a rice chart. Because like I think that's like you kind of have to read it vertically in a way, like split it between the two hands. Now into more of this super bracket heavy section.
I guess more in the lieu of a chord stream, but not really almost.
Yeah, like 200 BPM chord stream is just wow.
Yeah, even some stuff like quite blatant split trilling on even the bracket side is just I think it's probably way too much to handle right now. I'm pretty sure this would absolutely get ignored now when I look at it.
Yeah, if you're like if this does not get banned, this is definitely going to be like that one pick that might as well be played before the tiebreaker or something like that if you're bidding for that. But I know that there are certain teams left in the tournament that would prefer to play the harder stuff at the very beginning of the match and just get it out of the way. But that really depends on the strategy here. All right, now let's move
Yeah,
on
that
to
depends on
our
the strategy you're picking for here. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's move on now to our to the LN side of this pool. We have the Sea of Memory, which will be our LN release pick, building off what we saw from the last page. And like, just look at the BPM, like 174 BPM releases, more of these staccato LN emphasis, and yeah, that section as well. Like, there's some mini inverts. The variety in this chart is actually pretty good. Oh yeah. Also in the notes, if you're using a certain kind of skin, that might actually be more punishing. Like, I think it's something that we might like, something that the Maple Selectors might warn the players of, and basically, what the main difference really from the last page here is the like just how straightforward it is. Like, it's not really divided into sections. It's more like it just continues to build up from one section to the other. And then you're just given like the same pattern to work on until the very end. But now
yeah. This one, yeah. There's also reversion that are very tight itself. And I would also fail to mention that about I guess this kind of pattern, you cannot really use some kind of skin that you would just absolutely would play them as like you would play like a normal rice, because it would absolutely be torturous to even read this in particular.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy to note that if you're using a certain kind of skin, like, you might be reading this as mini jacks. Like yeah, sure, it is OD5, but the patterns here are so hard to get accuracy out of as is that using a skin that technically debuffs your accuracy might be just a penalty that most of the players might not want to accept. But that's really the nature of these World Cups. Like, you're being demanded to play at your very best, and that means that you may have to make an effort to actually adjust your playstyle as well for these pools.
Yeah, I think most people are not realizing that even with like lower ODs like this, a potential of even misread or mishitting in general is also skyrocketing. So even though you're not hitting certain columns, but you're actually gonna get penalized for having very early hits. So it might count as a miss, actually.
Yeah, and that pattern in the end as well, like, while it's only like the odd numbered columns that you're hitting, those are not easy to hit, especially with hit and release, especially like you get certain notes in between your, like, if you're using a keyboard, like you're holding on with your index and ring finger, and then suddenly, like, you're dealing with something with the middle finger to your thumb, and then it's so easy to trip up on those.
Yeah, but again, this is our Ellen release. We're getting to more Ellen coordination, so we're gonna welcome Zenonia for this particular map. Now we have this High Genjutsu Tohi, OD5 as well. This is what Ellen coordination went, as it says here.
And man, like, this chart, I'd say, is like one of my favorites in this pool, just because of how fun it is to play. Like, every single pattern here actually flows very well. And that's really the nature of these more late game coordination picks. Like, in a way, I guess it kind of transitions as well into like the more quote unquote O2 jam pick. Albeit like this is more leaning more towards into these heavy chord hits. Some of these stream sections, basically asymmetric seems like you're doing 1/2 LNs or 1/4 LNs while holding like a singular LN.
Oh wow!
And then these chords as well. These scores are so punishing.
Yeah, this is just faster but more pronounced O2 jam patterns. If you thought that it was an O2 jam enough, and most of these shorter LNs that are just, you can play this one as if you would play a full inverse, but again, hand bias patterns like these.
Also, just a reverse shield on the mini jack, and now we're going to the quintessential O2 jam pattern, like these shield reverse shield transitions. Yeah, we're not joking with the other coordination pick.
Yeah, patterns don't even let up in the slightest. Sometimes even force a triple shield almost, like 3-note jack, and then it eventually becomes a shield at most. Pure O2 jam experience right there.
Also, inverts with a reverse shield, like inserted in between. Very evil
Oh, wow.
patterning, but if you're like a player who's already around this level, this is going to be so rewarding to play. Also, yeah,
Oh,
you're just
yeah.
given an Ellen Duff as well in the end.
Like
Fun.
Ellen Duff for no reason. Yeah, for some reason you've been given a break before like the 20% of the song, but at the same time, I most likely will believe that this would probably the point of contention on whether if you're using the skin that would contribute a lot on the shorter
don't-
LN.
I don't think that would even help at all. Like reading this in general, like even with a regular skin, is hard in itself.
Yeah, very nice score actually by Kelly K there
Yeah.
for showcasing on how hard, deceptively hard at that.
Man, that is a ridiculous score right there.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
let's move on to our Ellen density pick. We have Fluctuated Sharp by Kobe here, and I tell you guys, like when I saw this off test playing, like the players are in for a treat here. What we have for Ghost is just a prelude to what we're going to be seeing here in the patterning here. Like, we also see some callbacks as well to what we saw from Higeti's Tohi, the previous pick, but now getting into more of these very fast chord stream-ish kind of LN.
Yeah, this is, I guess, what most people would call a core stream, but it's just glorified LNs. I think the description might be correct, except maybe the patterns by itself are very, very straightforward.
Yeah, but I mean, it's already starting to lean more towards, again, the O2 Jam Noodle style. So if you're like going to treat this as a chord stream chart, you have to be super careful as well.
Yeah, sometimes even forces some of those patterns that are kind of shield based, but at the same time you just have to know and take some cues of whether or not it is possible to do some of the skin adjustments to be able to read these in general.
Also, yeah, just a casual full LN section right there. I mean, I don't think like the showcase actually gives it enough justice. Like, it doesn't look like an inverse, but it practically is.
Yeah, this is literally just almost full inverse, just almost at even gaps in between.
Oh yeah, here we go. Full LN.
Literally just full LN. Playing core stream, but you would just hold normally.
And these longer LNs as well, very like if you're not so experienced, like this is like super hard to hit. Also, what is this transition?
Yeah, some of those transitions are just wild in itself. You would take into account O2 Jam gaps have kind of the same vibe to it, but I guess that would be our LN density here. We're moving on to more LNs again. This is a mixed one as well. Inori Yame to Yume. Ayame there. Danger. That's what I can say about this pick.
Oh man, I'm kind of speechless about this chart in general. I kind of like when I saw this, I just remember like, how do you even explain this chart? Yeah, sure, the beginning is pretty straightforward. Some callbacks to the earlier, like some picks from the earlier rounds, especially the patterning here. Still very simple. Like unless you're not careful, I think we should at least be able to see the players get through the section just fine. But then you're already seeing some of these patterns start to become a bit more tricky, especially with the percussion hits coming in. More of these mini invert sections actually with certain columns here.
Yeah, one thing you might notice right away is that, like, yes, like the LN itself has some. All of them have different LN release timings, so you kind of have to know and probably approximate to whether or not you would hit them in some of those transitions as well. It would be really nasty to hit in general. Even though this is slow, I guess maybe it could help with OD6 or something like this.
I mean, OD6 makes it a bit more punishing actually. Like, yeah, you're already seeing those wob 8-bit patterns. Actually, no, not 8-bit, 16-bit patterns.
Yeah, give an accurate description of what this is. It's just you have to know whether or not where you have to hit them.
I can actually kind of hope that I got that right. If those are 16-bit patterns, O2 Jam charters, please correct me. Yeah, now more of these straightforward-ish kind of patterning, relatively speaking. Like the patterns are pretty hard. Like you're basically given stairs that are a bit more irregular, really. Like
Oh wow,
asymmetric.
okay, yeah.
Now here is, I think this might be the most hand-friendly section actually.
I guess it might be hand friendly, but at the same time, it has some all different release timings that you would not normally try to maybe approximate it at some point. And even some of these kind of ending as well, the course game itself it's kind of unconventional to have those different release timings like this.
Yeah, like I think if you're one of these teams, this might be again one of those maybe we'll pick this later kind of chart. Unless like we see either LM or LM2 banned, we might not yet be seeing this pretty early. But again, that really depends on how the teams will be strategizing going into the matches.
Yeah,
Right, we still have one more LM pick.
one more LN pick it is, and yeah, more than Nanahira apparently. I guess only one Nanahira in this entire tournament.
A
Animal
7K
Land.
World. Yeah, a 7K World Cup. 7K World Cup is not complete without Nanahira.
Yeah, long as well. Almost 4 minutes.
It actually just happens to be one of my favorite Nanahira songs as well. Shout out to Maple Syrup, good music choice right there.
I would wholeheartedly disagree, but you do you. But okay.
I mean, I'm a bit more a fan of Nanahira's non-denpa style songs. This is like one of the more, I'd say, tamer denpa sounds. Anyways, about the chart. Well, here you see, like in the first part of the year, like lots of longer holds. Like the relative density here is a bit, I'd say, just a bit more comfortable on the hands.
I guess the most approach of it is like it's pretty simplistic in nature. I guess the patterns itself are just pretty straightforward with consistent snaps. It's just long, and some of them even harsher transitions in between, like those.
I mean, yeah, those patterns are actually pretty difficult if you're not paying attention to which column to actually hold. But if you're able to decode this, it's actually pretty fun to hit. Like stuff like this is the one that the players should actually take note of.
Yeah, some kind of patterns. I would just normally realize that even some of these different sections with different timings like this, maybe something else has to come up.
Honestly speaking, this might actually be one of the safest possible LN picks in the pool.
What an irony.
Yeah. I tell you, this is actually one of the safer picks. I mean, you saw already what we had for LN1, you saw already what we had for LN2.
Yeah,
like,
but I would normally not call it like the safest per se. It's just whether or not they can score higher, and it will be a chicken game of sorts for the remaining 6 teams.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, yeah, that mini core team section, the LNs there are not connected, so you'll have to release a bit earlier than usual. Yeah, just adding some elements of pretty high level LN release here as well.
What I can see here is just like it's almost like glorified longer multi-nightland or some sort of those kind of patterns.
Actually, that is a good way to put it. Especially for that section. For those not familiar with the mania scene, Motai Nightland is a chart by Cup, one of the most famous LN charts that have been uploaded for Oceania. I think it was the original O2 Jam chart in the first place. But again, this chart is way denser than that one. Now we're getting to see some increase in difficulty as well.
Now it's actually turning into like shorter LNs on the rise as well.
Yeah, like, there's a reason why this is an OD 5.5, and that's basically and it's really for the good of the players as well.
Yeah, adding fuel to the fire, it is already even long. Well, for a long pick like this is all mental will go through the roof right now. Yeah,
And
hopefully
Mhm.
hopefully that's the the last that we've seen of this kind of song, because this is really really hard to comprehend about this patterns in general.
Well, there's still one more round. Who knows?
Yeah,
Anyways,
hybrid.
yeah, let's open the hybrid pool with Overdrive Power 8 start by No Name, Lee, Ju, and Underjoy. And honestly, for this pick, like a bit more, I'd say just a break from the long notes that we see. Like we're finally seeing some rice patterns on stream again.
Finally.
Finally, like not much noodles, but again, this is hybrids. There you go. Here come the noodles.
Here comes a more of a generic side of OVP, but what we've seen from like last week. But this is just by nature, these patterns are fine. But wait until you get to the Shealer, when it actually got thrown you off balance.
But I guess like in a way, like you still can kind of play it like a chord stream, like just like, I guess quote unquote manipulate your way through the LNs. Actually, this might be a favored pick in the hybrid pool. Like just because of how straightforward it is in that manner.
Oh yeah, some of those trails as well might actually be problematic for some. When you turn them into like a mini jack some sort. Some disgusting transitions.
Yeah.
Oh wow, actually mini jacks.
You're going to hear the word disgusting many times from next weekend on until the end of the World Cup, I think.
Yeah, just put on the board for the word count.
Yeah, how many times are we going to say disgusting until the end of Grand Finals weekend? Have fun counting that. But yeah, that transition is actually pretty fun, so to speak. The fun to watch, I guess. I don't think it's going to be fun to play.
And now it just turns into semi inverse almost.
Man, those holds with staccato elements in between them, like adjacent columns are, man, those are not fun.
Yeah, no surprises there when you see generic hybrid like that. So yeah, moving on. Hybrid 2 should be okay. Should be fine, right? Because it's called a technical hybrid pick.
Yeah, like
And
we've seen a lot of crazy stuff in the technical hybrid.
yeah, we'll see. Let's just go with it, and hopefully this not surprises. Nope, it is an original.
Yeah, I'm just casually dropping that.
When you open your eyes, we'll guide you to the light, so far beyond the sky tonight. When you begin to fly, so far up in the sky, the truth will start to cry tonight. We'll fly.
We wish as good or as good as No Name here, but yeah, more original by Akiri. So massive thank you for Akiri for fantastic creation as well. And we're officially welcoming Akiri as a featured artist for Osu. So welcome, enjoy your stay, and hopefully we can see some of your fantastic creations for this entire tournament and for Osu in general.
Also, just a massive shout out to one of our dearest friends in the 7K community, Inabayap. Like, I remember hearing this guy's vocals at some point, like a few years ago, like so long ago now. And then I just remember like seeing him, like, wait, Inabayap is active again? Oh, that's cool. And then like, we remember just chatting and then, all right, this guy is apparently keeping a surprise for us as well. Again, like
Yeah,
like
never.
what a way to show, what a way to come back.
Yeah,
Um,
never in my mind would pass that Inamaya actually does something that most of us actually would probably get our minds blown, kind of.
Yeah, I just know that Inabea has the vocals, like has the voice for singing. Obviously, I just got surprised, like man. Also,
Yeah.
just a note, again, Akiri is actually a pretty active Mania player as well. Inabayap placed, got in the top 3 of MWC 7K, I think a few years ago as well. The last, I think it was like sometime around that, sometime before 2019, if I am not mistaken. Like, I'm kind of forgetting my Mania history now. But yeah, about the chart. Well, you saw it. It's a very tactical hybrid chart. Lots of pretty fun patterns. Also, yeah, shout outs to ET Blocko.
Yeah, shout out to Blocko for actually being able to make some sort of monstrous chart for everyone from start to finish. Actually, we've seen quite a lot of like sweeps, and even though some irregular timings on the releases as well. So that's some very cool stuff here to be able to be played by the 6 teams remaining in the tournament as well. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
our hybrid 2 here. So I'm wondering if that some stuff is also does also apply for the next hybrid as well. I believe this is
Yeah.
also a wildcard hybrid. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this goes. Actually,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
another one.
Yeah, we just casually dropped this one as well. And that is our wildcard hybrid pick, Technoplanet's Vomit, a chart by actually Wonky. And man,
Man, somebody just
Yeah.
vomited a lot of notes in the editor to be able to make something like this.
actually, like while we were while we were muted on stream, like we were looking at if the Maple selector is going to make a pun of the title of the song, because we were kind of unsure if we're going to do like somebody vomited notes on the editor kind of joke. Like we might have felt that it might be a bit too off, so to speak. But
Yeah, we
I mean,
might as well do it. We might as well do it.
yeah, we might as well. It came from the selectors themselves, so thanks for the go signal.
Yeah, thanks for Actually, yeah, Technoplanet. It's been quite a while. We've seen quite a featured song for this. I guess for the entire OS actually. Now this been making a return for the 70 World Cup 2024. So massive thank you as well for Technoplanet for being able to make it original for this finals map.
And man, like again, shoutouts to the artists who have been dishing out these so originals as well in the pools. But again, we're not yet done with this map pool showcase. Like we still have one more chart to show, and I'll let you be the one to introduce it.
Yeah, tiebreaker, fair warning. So, the thing about the tiebreaker is that it's probably the first time I've ever seen that such style from like the 4 key being translated to 7 key is well, kind of been off-putting, but I would say this works very well for the purpose of being a tiebreaker. So, we're gonna introduce a tiebreaker for the finals map showcase, and it's going to be something else. It's called Jizu by, this is a live performance. I might as well add, it's everything else you've seen from this chart has irregular snaps everywhere almost.
I mean, I pray to the person who would want to decode the timing points in this chart. Again, like that's the thing with these live performed music, like they're extremely crazy. Like just to be able to time them perfectly.
Oh hell yeah, we got a video as well.
Man, like we're going to keep quiet for a bit because we kind of want to enjoy the music as well, actually.
We kind of casually just saw it, and maybe just watch the video, just how this music performed.
Yeah, like again, like most of these tiebreakers really, like we're seeing a few more of these, I'd say, more integrated charting. Now we're going into this more section-based charting as what Evening did, which is actually pretty and you could see the distinct sections as well from the way this is charted.
Some of these odd, I guess the patterns by itself in nature, BPM changes, so everything you perceive to be consistent, just throw it out of the way. You will never get an accurate precision on everything else.
Actually, this kind of reminds me of a certain Evening chart, which is far easier than this. I think it's Paradiso. Like the way this is charted really reminds me of that one.
Yeah, also we forget to fail to mention about those just back and forth snake patterns, and then do something like this is hysteric. It's like Angel Falls, but you just like play them as like.
Yeah, like I can visualize like how to hit the pattern, but the pace it's at is so tricky to look at. Like more of these super technical patterns as well in that section, like just following the percussion.
Yeah, being 6.5 minutes does some justice, except maybe the patterns we haven't seen quite a lot of it, crazy ones just yet. Maybe we'll see them throughout later on. Oh yeah, those coordinated elements there.
Man, actually now that I just noticed the music as well. Like, I only gave the chart a scan as well, like before the before the showcase, and I just noticed like this is jazz fusion, and Japanese jazz fusion is actually very fun to listen to. Like this style of music you usually see as well. If you're more of a video game nerd, like you'd see it on stuff like Mario Kart, jazz fusion, like the
Oh, yeah.
likes of T Square, like
Yeah.
some other like I, the bands are are right at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I think it's more akin to like Japanese Soul Brothers, but which I guess the orchestra might have just made more sense. Except this is just live performance, but you see
Oh yeah, this is
patterns.
Kojak. The
the patterns
Kojaks.
like these, it keeps speeding up like you would normally say in a live performance.
Yeah, the Kojaks here are going to be super excruciating. Like being able to keep time here. Not to mention the chord. Oh man, the spacebar holds. All
Yeah.
right,
Repetition.
they're irregular as well. Like you.
God,
Man.
it's actually
I'm
now
speechless.
6-note chords. Now 7.
Like the snare drum hits actually. If I guess if you're following those in a way, like you'll be able to see like where the big chords are.
And now, actually, with all those notes at 2, 4, 6 columns, everything else is a column. It's going wild there. Yeah, like those.
Man, this chart is beautiful. Like I mentioned this so many times like off just off into like some of my personal friend circles like at Mania, but something I just wanted to say really on stream is that Evening really has a way to make these aesthetically pleasing charts.
And yet, for some reason, it works because the playability comes into mind, and this definitely looks a lot more
Wait, what
playable.
was that mini jack to a 7-note chord? Oh man.
Oh god, okay, yeah. Alright, we're coming into the last quarter here, and you know, some stuff happens where it just throws everything at you almost.
Now, more of these element patterns like relatively more comfortable at least, like from what we saw. But again, basically with how this thing has started, we're going to see that same pattern just going to be increase in difficulty with this practically the same patterning theory.
Yeah, now actually with regular rice notes like that, you notice that the off snaps if you add the rice there, and something like this is actually even deceptively tricky.
Yeah, like these symmetric patterns.
Like these, the
oh, man.
snaps. Yep.
That's funny. That's so beautiful.
And yeah, you get there. It's all thanks to those people that are making this tiebreaker possible and looking even the jacks by itself. And watch out there, the measure lines.
This section, by the way, yeah, it basically mimics like the end of a jazz band show.
What an art.
And that ends our final Smapple showcase. What a beautiful chart here by Evening and all the people who helped make this chart an absolute beauty.
Yeah, all those things made it very, very possible to be able to make a fully fledged tiebreaker for the finals map pool showcase there. Especially for the 6 teams remaining. They're gonna have a fun time, especially with the expanded map pool. 1 extra Rise and 1 extra LN. And for the tiebreaker to be able to boot, it's going to be interesting to how this would play out for the remaining 6 teams.
Man, one thing I actually have to say is that again, massive shout outs to the people in the Maple selection team for delivering on these very beautiful pools. And again, to the players remaining in the tournament, only 6 teams remain. Good luck, and I hope you guys actually have fun with these pools as well.
Yeah.
The Maple selection team will be appreciating that very well.
Yeah. However, although even though this is like a finals map pool, we're not done yet because we still have like one more weekend, or
one
probably
more.
2 more weeks actually, because there's still grand finals on the horizon, which we're actually thinning out the herd here with 6 teams becoming like a 3 team for the next weekend. So essentially, they're gonna have to struggle a little bit more on the finals first before we can actually tackle through the harder map pool on the grand finals.
Yeah, and that's really the nature of tournaments like these. Like we gotta, we gotta up the ante for the players to, like show their skills out there in the world. Anyways, one last thing before we close this thing out. Just a reminder: the Osu Mania 7K World Cup 2024 team support banners are up on the Osu store. Again, you can buy all 24 if your finances permit it. If you guys want to support any team, like even the teams that have been eliminated from the tournament, you can still do so. And if you just so happen to buy the banner of the winning team of this tournament, that banner will stick on your profile just a tad bit longer.
Yeah, most of the proceedings of the banner itself will also be helping quantifying the map pool prize as well, and it's going to be really, really cool to see them for the top 3 teams that are able to get that prize as well. So yeah, this has been pretty much for the finals map pool showcase and for the end of this week as well. I'm Mifa, and this is also Search285. We will be signing off for day.
You could have hoped for, but if you'd held on a little longer, you'd have had more reasons to be proud. So many questions, but I'm talking to myself. I know that you can't hear me anymore, not anymore. So much to tell you, and most of all goodbye, but I know that you can't hear me anymore. It's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words. The longer I stand here, the louder the silence. I know that you're gone, but sometimes I swear that I hear your voice when the wind blows. So I talk to the shadows, hoping you might be listening, 'cause I want you to know it's so loud inside my head with words that I should have said as I drown in my regrets. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said, never said. I can't take back the words I never said.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osu Mania 7K World Cup 2024. Hopefully you guys had a really enjoyable break between the last match and this one, because we have another amazing matchup in store for you guys here today. It is going to be the other losers bracket match. It is China taking on Japan to see who will be facing off against the Philippines later this weekend. A lot on the line for these two countries as they look to try and make their mark in this year's 7-Key World Cup. As always, my name is Sparky, and I'm joined once again by none other than Bulma Gamer PH76, also known as Silueska Els. Els, how you doing?
Oh wow, speaking of breaks, I just had a really good one. I ate my dinner. Cause like, I'm gonna be honest, like when I woke up to commentate the previous match, Thailand versus Philippines, in case anyone's aware of what that is. But now, we gotta focus on China versus Japan. I hope you're doing well, by the way, Sparky. How are you
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. It has been an electrifying start to finals weekend. Hopefully this one delivers as much as the previous one did, because these two countries, I mean, we had a bit of a showdown on the LN hybrids in the last match. These two countries, I feel, are stylistically wanting to do completely opposite things, and we can already see it from the protects. China wasting zero time protecting LN2 to start this match off.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think LN2 is the best. Honestly, I just think LN3, LN4 might have been better. But LN2 works. I do think out of all the LNs, the worst one to protect is 5, because that's something I think Japan could potentially take a break point on. Meanwhile, Japan? I think they're protecting Rice 3, as usual. I have a feeling they're protecting Rice 3.
Yeah, there's a outside shot of that. I mean, but it's gonna be Rice 4, so we're gonna see the Korjak map. I believe Volstead Bar is our Korjak pick, protected by Japan, which is very, very exciting. If you've been keeping track of Japan's scores on the Korjak picks in particular, oh boy, that's going to be very exciting to watch. And Japan answering back, LN4 going to be the ban, actually. So pinching that LN pool just that tiny bit further, as China are up to ban now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like Rice 2 get banned out, just something very standard in terms of stylistic choice for the Rice picks. Keep those mixed Rice picks in 5, 6, and 7 around, potentially. I mean, those are also outside shots, but it's gonna be Rice 3 getting removed from the pool.
I'm not surprised, really. Like, this is the kind of pick that I'd assume, what do they call this again? Japan would really have an advantage on. So,
Yeah.
strategy-wise, I think both teams have a sense of awareness, really, as to what they're supposed to ban and protect. I mean, I think they really studied their opponents very well. I mean, to be fair, this is their shot to top 3, and like, come to think of it, whoever gets eliminated here, or whoever loses here, just gets eliminated. No more second chances, really. So I can see why they'd really want to study here. So I think we'll be seeing a full roster for both teams, actually. Like, everyone is here. We see everyone, and that's honestly very nice to see.
Yeah, for sure. Both these countries definitely very well balanced in terms of their team composition. We've seen contributions from basically everybody on these two rosters. Would not be surprised if we saw people just subbing in and out constantly as these picks go through. But for right now, as we get into China's Protect LN2 to start this match off, it's going to be Van Wilder and Satori going up against Ensana and Butanic for Japan. As you mentioned earlier, this is a lower bracket matchup. Loser will be eliminated. It is a best of 13 format, so first team to 7 points will be taking home the victory, and a date with the Philippines later this weekend.
Well, I sure hope they enjoyed that one. But all right, let's look at this real quick, because we see. Oh, come on! I was just about to say how consistent Japan seems to be, and that just happened.
Well, they were consistent in the misses, finding them both at relatively the same time within a couple of notes of each other to start this map off. And I mean, to be fair, this is probably going to become a bit of an LN versus Rice dichotomy of a match where China is going to look a lot more comfortable on these LNs. As I say, that Van Wilder does find a drop going into the ending of this first quarter. Satori, the only FC left in the lobby. Meanwhile, Japan going to be opting for some of these Rice picks and are going to hope that they look a lot more comfortable than China on those. So could come down to those hybrid picks, see which of those maps get picked up, as Ensana picks up another couple of misses transitioning out of that section, and Satori falls as well before too long. So no more FCs left on the board as everybody finds combo resets. Van Wilder the only one above 4-digit combo now.
see those short releases at the very left? It looks like Satori somehow hit a little bit early, and that's gonna be disastrous. But luckily, Van Wilder held enough combo just to make sure it doesn't bleed too much, as Sana keeps on finding these misses. Not to mention, Botanic is clearly not helping. The fact that they're lower than Van Wilder is just gonna speak volumes to how massive this advantage really could be. But wait a second.
Yeah, we're seeing drops left and right. Everybody finding difficulty once we get into these more chord-centric LN patterns. And depending on the varying length, just catching players out left and right. Ensana and Satori, the next two to fall is Butonic and Ensana. Once again, a full combo reset for Japan. And really what's doing the difference, what's doing the damage right now is the fact that when you have 2 to 3 players finding misses all over the place, there's just somebody pulling their country through. And right now it is Van Wilder, as we approach this last quarter of the map, really digging in and pushing their way through some of these harder sections to ensure that they manage to hold on to this lead. And it has paid dividends so far, 62,000 points and climbing, as Japan struggle to find a foothold in this chart as we reach this ending.
This accuracy is clearly in the favor of the China's side, but I have to say this, we see a full 98% lobby. That tells me one thing. Accuracy-wise, even if China has the advantage, Japan clearly has a chance. Look at the ratios alone. Botanic is around Satori's ratio, and Ensana's around Van Wilder's ratio. What's the difference here? That 200 come from Ensana, really. That's really it.
Yeah, I mean, and that and the misses that they were finding, just not able to keep them clean enough or spread out far enough to build up any consistent combo to start chipping away at that lead. It really started to make a big difference there towards the end. But with that being said, China secure their first point on the board, and what better way to do it than on that protect? Probably not something that Japan would have ever willingly gone into, so really can't get too discouraged about seeing that score difference there. This was probably never going to be on the cards for them to go into or feel like they were favored on. So we'll see what they have in store for their first pick. Will we see the double protect to start this match off, or does Japan have something else in store for us here?
If I were Japan, I'd pick Rice 1. Because, I don't know, it just seems like the pick that Japan will be very confident to pick. Honestly, I think another one that could work is Rice 6. I had to mentally count that one. But yeah, Rice 6. Because I would assume this is a more technical pick. Okay, they're going for Rice 2. Completely not what I was saying.
Listen, we lay out the foundation, and these guys just come in with a sledgehammer sometimes because they know what they're doing. We're just here to kind of hypothesize. That's really, we're just here for show. It's gonna be Rice 2. It's going to be Japan's first pick, and we're gonna see the first of what'll probably be many tactical substitutions for both of these countries. Randomly stepping in, a full roster swap for China Turks, and Qing Jiding coming in for China.
Yeah, Turks and Qing Jiding. I'm so sorry if I butchered that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I think, yeah, this is a very solid Rice duo. I mean, Qing Jiding, some people here would know them as QX0407. A very scary player in general. Meanwhile, here in the Japanese side, we're seeing Rain Lily and Botanic. I mean, this is the typical Rice lineup. Not surprised, really.
Yeah, we'll hope that Japan look about as comfortable as China did on that LN chart for this one, because if they are and they're able to secure this point, then oh boy, we might be in for a bit of a show here, and we could potentially go the distance. But Japan gonna need to prove that they can hold their own against China's Rice-oriented lineup.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, China has some insane consistency on the Rice picks. So I don't think this is out of the water for them, really. They are seed number 2 for a reason. That
Exactly.
being said, though, Japan's Rice, like, we've known We've seen how dominant they could be, and especially with how difficult this is. I don't think Japan has lost many rice picks really. Maybe they've lost a few of them, but Botanic finding drop Rain Lily as well. That's very surprising, honestly. This is one of the easier sections of the chart as well.
Yeah, just messing up on the transition, going back into the chord stream, and that's going to give China a bit of a cushion to work with here. Right now, Turks really holding down the fort for them, 99.7. As we transition on into the back half of the chart, once again, an opportunity for the players to consolidate some of their accuracy, begin to build up some combo as well as they mount this final assault during the last third of this chart. Japan starting to chip away at this lead a little bit, but Rain Lily missing on the chord jack transition back into these bursts into the chord stream, and that's going to help reestablish this lead for China.
Oh no, like, I think they're really trying to take advantage of Ching Ding here, but Rain Lily finding another drop. I don't think there's anything you can do really, but there's still a quarter of the map. Thing is though, if any of the Chinese players miss, it's going to affect it. Oh, but as I say that, Rain Lily trades one back. Botanic's accuracy might be one of the better ones in the lobby, in fact tied with Turks, but the consistency China has shown is proving to be a little bit too much for Japan right now.
Yeah, and China showing that they can stand toe-to-toe with Japan on these rice picks, and it has paid off fortuitously as they pick up the first break point in this match to make it 2-0. What a performance from Turks there, 14 200s, nearly a V1SS to take that break point away from Japan.
My goodness, like, look at this. Accuracy was massively in favor of Japan. Like, you cannot argue their accuracy was much better. But that consistency is the game here. China is very good at that aspect. I'm not surprised to see this.
Yeah, being able to... It's one thing to perform these in a vacuum where you have the luxury of being able to restart and really maximize the scores that you're getting. It's another thing to be able to do it on command when called upon. And right now, China, so far, to start this match off, has been able to put their best foot forward as we move on into LN3 now. So China starting to build up a bit of a head of steam as we see the more LN-oriented rosters make their appearance to Tori Van Wilder and Sana checking back in for Japan to back up Butonic as we make our way into this third map of this best of 13. China currently up 2-0.
That is actually also the first rice pick Japan lost, because in their quarterfinals match, Japan won all the rice picks, and I think the same can be said for the Australia and the Russia matches. So yeah, this is indeed Japan's first loss, and it wasn't even because of ACK or whatever, it's just the mere fact that China was more consistent overall. That being said though, look at Ensana's accuracy right now. They are releasing incredibly early. Van Wilder actually also trending towards that, but they're starting to be more centralized now. And this is the kind of LN that I just don't see. I just think China's gonna be much more advantageous here because of how dense it is. And LN density works so much in favor for those who can actually read the LNs more. At least for 7K, that's how it works.
Yeah, for sure. So at the moment, China reaping the benefits of this pick so far. Both of their players holding on to this consistent 99.6% accuracy, hovering in and around a couple of hundredths of a percent. Butanic doing their best to try and stay as close as possible to try and capitalize on any potential mistakes, but right now not having the support from Insana to really mount much of a comeback. Sure, starting to chip a bit of a lead, but as I say that, a full combo reset from the Japanese side gonna help China begin to extend this lead once more, 27,000 points and counting as we cross the back half of the chart.
Not to mention, look at this accuracy on the Chinese side. Both of them are at 99.50s. In fact, on the high end even. This is just insane really. But Satori finding a drop, it's not gonna matter. 35,000 points of advantage, especially with how much map is left. This is just a very dominant performance with how dense it is. I mean, sure, it's OD5, but it doesn't take away the fact that it's really difficult to coordinate these kinds of patterns.
Yeah, for sure. It's very easy to get lost in what you're supposed to be doing. All 7 columns get inundated, and the final FC falls on the side of China. Both Van Wilder and Satori find a couple misses amongst themselves, but the damage has already been done. Nothing Japan can do to wrestle the lead back from this position. And as the map comes to an end, China will successfully capitalize on that first breakpoint to make it 3-0 now.
It's kind of weird seeing Botanic beat everyone on the lobby despite it being LN. Well,
Almost.
it works, but they really need a backup for that because it's not going to work wonders if you cannot take a break point. Because you absolutely have to. You have no other option but to take a break point off the Chinese side. 3-0 right now, and all Japan can really do, I think they have to pick Clover or Moongate. I keep on saying this, but I really think Moongate favors Japan by a lot.
Potentially. I mean, maybe just getting into some of those wackier picks might be a way moving forward, but they're going to stick to what they know. This is arguably their best chance to maybe just settle the nerves a little bit, go into something a little bit more standard. It's going to be Rice 4, so Volstead Bar going to be the pick here for Japan. And I don't know about you, Els, but my eyes are on Botanic on this pick.
I mean, wait, what does this sound like? Strong 280?
It has that vibe to it. The difficulty kind of lends itself to what you're thinking of. It definitely feels like Strong 280, but no, this is a different song here.
I know the difficulty has Strong 280, but like, it really does sound like Strong.
Yes, go listen to Strong 280 after this, and you'll be like, oh yeah, it does sound the same or similar.
Also, look at this. Why is it Strong 280 when the BPM is 140?
Double it.
I know, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
Listen, just do some mental math. It'll be fine. With that being said, we have the substitutions coming through here.
Apparently, this is the original song, according to the chat.
Okay.
So,
They
okay, maybe that's...
That makes a lot of
Alright.
sense. we need to learn the original names sometimes, but regardless, we have Turks and Qingji Ding once again for China, Botanic and Rain Lily stepping up to the plate for Japan here as we make our way through Rice 4. And I don't know about you, but misses are probably not going to be allowed or are going to be heavily punished as we make our way through this chart.
You know, looking at this act, Shinji Ding dropping to an accuracy like this, consistency game I think is what China's going for, and it's been working wonders so far. But how do you beat Japan on a core jack pick is the biggest question for me. Like, this is the kind of pick that, yeah, it's really hard to be consistent on because every time you find a miss, you're just gonna find 50s all over the place, or in fact any 100s. But Shinji Ding's accuracy is not gonna help. But take a look at this lead. Okay, I was about to say this lead is non-existent, but that one miss from Turks is just gonna extend and make this lead from Japan already very established.
Yeah, for sure. They were looking really comfortable through that introduction. Both their players hovering at that 99.9% mark as Turks finds yet another drop going into the second third of the chart. Things not the most dense. It definitely starts to pick up after this section. So finding it in this quote-unquote mini jack section. Some of the burst coming through as well catches out both Chinese players. A full combo reset on their side now, and it is now Japan's turn to begin stretching out this advantage. 28,000 points as Botanic finds the first drop going into the back half of the chart, still holding on, but finds a second one here now as Rain Lily picks up the slack and begins to keep this lead in check as everybody falls once again.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, accuracy is still very good on the Japanese side, but I'm honestly the mere fact that we're more surprised to see a miss than not. This goes to show how consistent Japan really has been in core jack, and right now it's paying dividends. The mere fact that Qingji Ding is finding those certain mistakes already on the easier sections is not a good symbol at all, not a good sign at all. And there it goes again.
And then, of course, Rayley and Turks trading misses once again. Now, of course, we say easy in the context of this chart because this is a very difficult chart to read through at the end of the day, as we see another couple of breaks coming through here, change down into the low 99% Turks as well. I think this was pretty much done and dusted from the beginning. There's a reason why Japan protected this, because even with the couple of misses coming through on their side, there was hardly a question that this was going to be the most comfortable pick for them, and they notched their first point on the board to make it 3-1.
70,000 points of difference. 140. If you were to add the ratios of Japan, it's literally gonna be much lower than any of the Chinese players. And not to mention, no 200s on Bhutanix side. This easily could have been a V1 double S if those mistakes did not happen.
That is the quintessential Korjak score, where it's literally just like one chord goes awry. You just flam one of them, it counts 3 misses because you just missed 4 out of them. It's ridiculous. Kudos to them. That's a ridiculous score on that. But it is now China's turn to pick, and they opted to go for Animal Land here. So LN5 coming through.
I think density could actually work for China. I think it does work overall. I mean, anything long notes does. But Japan's density? I do believe Australia lost to Japan on the brink of the density LN pick. I think it was Ghost by Suisei. So, if Japan can be that consistent, then maybe I see a chance. But it's still very minimal considering it is LN.
Yeah, advantage still definitely China on this pick, but you definitely run a risk of bringing your opponent back into the fold on stylistic picks like this, where if the density is high enough, you can kind of start reading it like a rice chart. But that being said, with 7 columns just getting completely massacred with notes to read through, it becomes so hard to keep track of. And then you have these little coordination sections that can cause a spot of bother as well. A lot of staggered releases, a lot of rice notes just kind of littered in between to make some of these patterns either into shields or reverse shields to really make you uncomfortable. And right now, everybody having strong starts, barring Nsana, who finds the first drop. Still very early on. This is one of the longer charts in this pool, so plenty of room for recovery, but it is already 8,000 points, 9,000 points in favor of China, with Bhutanix the next one to fall.
This is 4 minutes long as well, around 4 minutes long, so this 12,000 point advantage is so much more big than it looks. Right now, Van Wilder and CRC Story keeping the same consistency. Like, if there's one player I could count on to not make any mistake, it's definitely gonna be Van Wilder. Like, they're known to be one of the most consistent 7K players. Not to mention Satori has one of the better accuracies too. So this combination on the Chinese side is just going to be really difficult to beat.
Yeah, for sure. Really showing off how good they have been on these LNs so far. Both of them still holding on to their FCs and still holding on to a very balanced performance. That's really been what's been putting them over the line here sometimes, where they're just able to complement each other so well. As Nsana finds yet another drop here going into the back half of the chart. Things gonna calm down just a little bit before flying off the handles once again, but an opportunity to get back up with that 400 combo cap. The good thing about these LN charts is getting back up over 400 is relatively easy. It doesn't take you that long, so you don't bleed too many points. But with Bhutanix finding a drop before this next section, and another one as well, just slider breaks here and there, not able to really re-establish a foothold in this chart. Gonna help China continue to build on this lead. 29,000 points, and we're only just now getting back into those dense sections.
I mean, yeah, that section is what I would assume Japan really struggle on. And even then, these kinds of patterns, you see those short LNs mixed with the longer ones, and essentially it being a sort of mix of Ellen release and density, that's what's gonna give Japan some trouble. Despite Van Wilder finding the first drop, I don't think it's really gonna matter too much, especially with Satori keeping that consistency.
Yeah, it really is. Basically, China keeping Japan at arm's length, regardless of what they do. They've just built up enough of a lead that even if the tiniest of mistakes start to come out, they're not in a position to get capitalized upon because of the fact that both Japanese players down into the 98% range compared to China. I mean, when you have a full percent difference between both players, there's really not much you can do. With an eighth of the chart still left to go here, sure, there are a couple of drops now starting to come through from Van Wilder, but Butanic starting to answer those back, and Sana has built up a bit of a combo to try and contest, but I think it's too little too late for Japan to do anything, and China going to be able to close this one out pretty comfortably to make it a 4th point now.
Are we just gonna see casually a full combo from Satori, by the way? Like, you see all those mini jacks and all that, and yet Satori still holding the full combo. Yes! Told you.
Oh my goodness. I was trying my best not to say anything because, oh boy, we sign, seal, and deliver curses almost like it's our job. Satori, that is an incredible run on that. Wow.
Oh my goodness, 974 on a map like this. It's in finals week as well. Very impressive work.
Absolutely. But with that being said, it is going to be Japan up to pick once again. And make sure to see what they decide to go for. I mean, you've been mentioning Rice 1. I think it might be worth going into. Still pretty standard in terms of stylistic choice. But no, they're going to go for Rice 5 instead. Gonna opt for Clover here.
Oh, Clover. Kinda funny because in the previous World Cup, this was a Ellen pick, at least in the previous Mania World Cup, but that is Mania 4K. So now we're seeing this, but a Rice pick.
Yeah, it's always interesting seeing the approaches people take to the wonderful music that gets produced for these World Cups. So, as you mentioned, we saw the LN variant in the 4-key World Cup. We'll see the Rice variant here in the 7-key World Cup. See how Japan hold up on this, because China's shown that they can take breakpoints off Japan on this side of the map pool. And now the onus falls on Japan to find a response in that lower half, because China's looked very comfortable on those LN picks.
That being said though, they still have a breakpoint of disadvantage. So there's no comfort here really. Even if they've won that previous pick by like 70,000 points, like Japan's own pick, they really have to be aware of the situation right now. And that's the fact that China is up 1 breakpoint.
Alrighty, so loading into the 6th map of this best of 13. Japan looking to try and continue the streak of winning their own picks. As you mentioned, the onus falling on them to get that breakpoint off China, but gonna need to hold their own on their own picks as well. And right now, strong start for them, both of them holding on to this 99.8, Butanic and Rain Lily. Trying to put in the work here to stave off China because, oh my goodness, they are in prime position to capitalize should either of these Japanese players falter right now.
Accuracy actually not that far behind. Look at this. I mean, 699 points. It's really only a tenth of a difference here, and that's not gonna be enough for you to be comfortable winning this pick on an already uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes down to it, the margins, when they get down this fine, and we see Ching Ding not loading back in, I wonder if it's a bit of a connection issue. Things might get a little wild here as we make our way to the ending of this chart. Rain Lily finding the drop as it stands. Butonic finds a drop as well, and thankfully, no disconnections. There's going to be a bit of a delay here. We're going to see potentially the map end little prematurely here towards the end as things stand. So ignore the 60,000 point lead. If China does pull this back into their favor, it is more than likely a Chinese win. But as it stands, both of their players, 99.2, 99.1, still behind Japan's accuracy, but those misses might actually come into play here as we continue on into the back half of the chart. It is still a debatable 78,000 point lead at the moment for Japan as things stand, but Turks holding on to what I believe is the only full combo in this lobby. As I say that, the long jack catches them out, and Qing Shi falls as well. A full combo reset on the side of China might have helped restore this lead for Japan as we continue on into the last third of this chart.
I honestly don't know who has the lead right now. It's safe to say Japan has the lead, but this delay is certainly it's not gonna help. It doesn't give the full picture, but if there's any consolation, Botanic does have the clear advantage on Turks, and Rainley's accuracy is also ahead. And right now, it's probably trending towards Japan, but anything can happen. We've seen that first Rice pick. We've seen that stuff can really change for the worse, and Japan just has to keep the consistency. Rain Lily finding those couple of misses, certainly not gonna help.
Yeah, for sure, but Botanic really taking up the slack here. Highest accuracy in this lobby, the only player with a substantial combo as Turks, the next one to fall here with an eighth of the chart left to go. I highly doubt there's anything China can do to wrestle this lead back. Yeah, it looks substantial, but that's because there is a delay for anybody just tuning in and seeing 114,000 points. That's gonna shrink a little bit, but I don't think the margin is gonna be as tight as it could be as this chart begins to reach its ending. And what a run from Japan as we wait for the last couple of notes to rain down, see everything trickle down, and like I mentioned, things gonna look a little funky here. It is a 34,000 point win for Japan at the end of the day as they make it 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2, it's very nice to see Japan still make or break these points, but going for an LN pick again on the China side. Do we still have another LN pick after this though? Can we look at the map pool real quick? No, this is the last pick.
one.
So this could be a shining point for Japan. But remember, if you look at it on the bright side, or a big picture, I mean, if this were to be China's win, let's say, okay, 5-2, China only needs 2 points to win. So the pressure on their side is going to be much, much lower now. But wait a second, we're seeing Rain Lily play this.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a tactical substitution. Maybe the style of this LN chart plays a little bit better for Rain Lily as opposed to Ansana, who we've been seeing on these LN picks. So, bit of a switch up here for Japan. Maybe a pick they've been hoping for to try and pull a fast one on China. We'll have to wait and see as we make our way into the final LN pick of this match.
And yeah, this is the kind of... Wait a second! Japan has a slight advantage, but that's really mainly because of Van Wilder's accuracy being behind Rain Lily. Botanics around that, but now this is when they're gonna start to take a few hits. Japan's gonna start to drop accuracy even further. Botanics, look at Botanics you are. Some of them are very centered and some are just not. That's indication of not being consistent with long notes in general. And Rain Lily finding a couple of misses is gonna give China a lot to hit.
Oh, it was a very strong start for Japan, able to eke out a tiny bit of a lead, but right now the consistency from China on these LNs really coming to a forefront here to wrestle that lead back as we take the first real break in this song. 14,000 points the advantage for this Chinese roster. Satori and Van Wilder looking to try and make it 4 for 4 on these LN picks as they both carry a 99.3% accuracy. Again, another very balanced team performance from them, despite the best efforts of Botanic to try and mount some sort of comeback. Both of the Japanese players holding on to this 98% accuracy, not really in a position to make a dent in this lead as Rain Lily finds another couple of drops here, and that's going to help extend a 14,000 point lead to 30,000 as Satori finally finds a drop in response, but damage already done going into the last quarter here.
I already said this a while ago, but Van Wilder, the one player you can count on to not make misses, this is the guy who you really rely on. They've been, again, I keep saying this, but like, they're just a very consistent player in general. Botanic actually is the other full combo in this lobby, funnily enough. Rain Lily just unfortunately not able to keep up, which is fair because these long notes are really difficult.
Yeah, for sure. They had a very strong start to start this map off, just unfortunately not able to carry that through till the end. 2.5 minutes, a little bit too long for them to wrestle with. As this chart comes to an end, China makes it a successful 4-4 on the LN category, despite the best efforts of Japan to try and throw a spanner in the works. An FC from Van Wilder to put a nice little bow on the proceedings there, and they make it 5-2 now.
It's really cool to see players like Botanic hold the full combo on this kind of map. Like, go to show how versatile 7K players really are. Like, even those who are quote-unquote more known to be LN players, more known to be Rise players, they can do stuff like this. I mean, it's kind of really a given that 7K players are also pretty proficient on LNs. But now we're seeing Rise 7 Chimmy Morio. Alright. I believe this is the technical map that's like 4 minutes long, something like that.
Yeah, a bit of a stamina check here coming through for Japan, maybe trying to wear out their Chinese counterparts a little bit as we make our way through, because now China's at a bit of a crossroads. There are no more LN picks. They're going to have to go into these hybrids. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Hybrid 3 come out for their next pick, but I mean, they definitely have some options to consider moving forward here.
Well, 4 minutes and 17 seconds of tech. I mean, this is the kind of pick that I would expect Japan to just really have an advantage on. But the consistency of China is something we should never, ever underestimate. We've seen them be able to hold that consistency for long periods of time. And if they can do that here, then I think they can really make some noise. 6-2 is a bad position you'd want to be in if you're Japan. But 5-3, very possible. There are only hybrids left for China to pick, I believe. At least if we're going that route.
Yeah, for sure. So, arguably one of the more important picks in this match for Japan. Definitely do not want to give this one up, but you can imagine they have the advantage going into this. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, technicality is something I would assume Japan has a clear advantage on, considering the act difference between both teams.
That being said, Turksa has been able to really stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Botanic and Rain Lily in terms of accuracy, and the fact that they're able to hold on to some pretty outstanding combos as well. But right now, Jinji going to find the first drop for China, going to give Japan a bit of a cushion to work with. It is only about 3,000 points, but this early on, it could quickly spiral out of control.
It's clearly on the Japanese side. Act-wise, look at Patat, 99.91. Alright, to start things off.
Yeah, this is the style
Like,
of
this
pick
is already
that they
dense tech.
thrive on.
Very impressive work right now from everyone because, okay, never mind. There was already one miss from Shinji Ding and another one. Super unfortunate, but this is still 11,000 points. Very possible. I mean, we've seen Rain Lily find some drops, but Turks fighting it. Another one. Oh no, this is not good. Like, China just has a full reset on the combo right now.
That being said, Rain Lily does answer one of those back, so 3 FCs in this lobby now gone. Botanic the only one left standing and holding on to the highest accuracy in this lobby by a quite considerable margin, about 3/10 ahead of their next closest player, and that is their teammate in Rain Lily. And the fact that both Japanese players are holding on to this higher accuracy than their Chinese counterparts, both of them in that low 99% range, is just going to allow them a lot of free time to really stretch this advantage. 20,000 points already. Any more mistakes from China is going to help exacerbate this lead. But that being said, Butanic finds their first drop of this chart going into the back half, and that helps put a tiny dent in this lead. About 4,000 points gone already in the blink of an eye as we continue on here.
Yeah, it's actually starting to get closer after that miss. But that accuracy difference is just not gonna cut it. If Japan is gonna be able to keep this accuracy lead, then this could really well on to be their victory. But really, that's a massive drop. Okay, one miss I think would be around 2,000 points loss or 1,000 points if you're in Japan. But every miss on China's side is just gonna increase it a lot more than if Japan were to miss, because the accuracy advantage is clearly on Japan right now. And these patterns, these are the kind of patterns I think China's gonna struggle on.
Yeah, all these flams, grace notes coming through here, just taking everybody for a bit of a ride here. Both Chinese players finding a couple of misses. Butanic as well, not immune to the drops as well. Still holding on to the highest accuracy when all is said and done. And that's really helping keep Japan ahead in these exchanges. But with a quarter of the map left to go, I mean, all it takes is one real rough section and things could get really close here at this ending. But still imagine it's Japan's point to lose at this point.
We're at 20,000 points something of an advantage, and it's really looking like a comfortable Japan win. But Rain Lily's drop, that's not gonna matter too much. Again, like what I said, these are the patterns that you really expect Japan to just have an advantage on. Not to mention, consistency is also gonna be a problem on China's side right now. Because in this map, it really looks like Japan's the more comfortable pick easily, and they're able to take advantage of it completely. I think they're gonna put themselves in the 5-3 position, barring no bad things happen. There we go.
Yeah, overall a very, very strong pick from Japan. Looked a little bit close there at certain stretches at that introduction, but once they established that lead, there really was no relinquishing it there. And similar to how we've been singing the praises of China being really consistent as a team on those LM picks, Japan really putting it together on these Rice picks after that first little bit of a fumble on Rice 2. And now with China up to pick, they're going to go for Hybrid 2 here.
Okay, so yeah, they're going for Hybrid 2. Why do I feel like Japan really has a shot here?
I mean, they're out of the world of LNs, and with these hybrids, I always like to say it's like the onus falls on the LN-oriented team to be able to withstand the Rice difficulty that gets found in the hybrid picks, because of the fact that some of these have different level of Rice difficulty. If they're not able to withstand that onslaught, and Japan can kind of eke their way through the LN section without taking too much damage, they can put themselves in a really good position to capitalize if China isn't careful. Still advantage China on these style of picks, but would not put it past Japan to be able to sneak at least one of these hybrids away from China if they're not too careful.
Tonight we fly. So we're seeing Turks and Van Wilder. Honestly, this is, I think, the first time we're seeing this combination on this match. Like, usually we'd see Turks and Ching Jiding, but instead we're seeing Turks and Van Wilder, which is, I think, absolutely the right call to make. Van Wilder, very consistent player. I think they're putting in Van Wilder so they can avoid the misses from affecting the chances of Japan trying to take a break point.
Yeah, maybe just trying to offset the LN difficulty, just bring somebody in who has a little bit more well-roundedness. As we begin to dive into this chart, Turks and Rain Lily trading through this introduction, Turks pick up an extra one for the road, but Rain Lily trades it back immediately thereafter and now ships one back their way. And China, despite giving them that lead a little bit early, it's going to become a bit of a tug of war now, as neither of them want to establish a bit of a foothold in this chart. It is now a cross-map battle. Turks and Rain Lily going against Butanic and Van Wilder. Right now, Butanic's winning the battle against Van Wilder, but the accuracy discrepancy between Turks and Rain Lily is offsetting that and allowing China to keep this 6,000 point advantage.
That being said, though, this is not that far of a difference at all. But wait a second, Rain Lily finding a couple of drops. That is not gonna help. But wait a second, Turks and Rain Lily are trading. See, this is what I was talking about. Look at Van Wilder. That consistency is what they absolutely need right now.
Yeah, right now, them being able to FC their way through this as they find a full lobby reset now at this point. No harm, no foul at the end of the day, but it does put a significant dent in this Chinese lead as Rain Lily ships that lead right back. 8,000 points now in favor of China, but Van Wilder's now starting to find some drops, and they needed to keep their head above water against Butanic. Butanic now above that 400 combo cap as everybody else trying to establish a bit of a foothold, but again, another full lobby reset, and it's now Turks taking up the mantle here. What is happening?
Wait, this can still be a Japan win, but time is running out and we're in an Ellen section. Can't things took a turn. Oh my goodness, 6,000, I think that's it really. Even with Botanic's performance, but I think Japan has to keep their heads up high here because we see a chance for them to take a point. Amazing, nice miss.
It happens. I mean, you concentrate for 99% of that chart. I mean, something has to give at some point, but like we were saying, the damage was already done. It got really close for comfort there for Japan at certain points. Japan actually holding on to a lead at certain points during this chart, but just not able to see it through to the end, and China make it a match point situation. It is 6-3 with Japan up to pick now. What do you go for here?
Japan has to pick rice. Absolutely. The only choice they have right now is rice. I don't really think they have any other way. But let's look at the rice
clearly,
map.
yes.
I think it's rice 1 that's still open. And rice 6 actually. Okay, so let's look at this in the big picture. China has 1 pick. Japan has 2 picks, including this one. So, in some way, on a tactical side, Japan actually has the upper hand when it comes to maps available, because we saw hybrid, there's a potential for Japan to take one of those, and China is sort of showing their fatigue and weakness already. Like, I don't know, I've noticed this, but fatigue is starting to kick in.
Absolutely, these are some incredibly hard maps, so understandably we'll start to see a couple of drops here and there from folks that have been performing incredibly well, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, these maps are hard to get through unscathed, and they just make it look so easy sometimes that we just kind of take it for granted. It's like, oh wait, they did an FC, oh wait, like we need to understand that, like, these are some incredible scores we're seeing on display here, and we see the more rice-oriented rosters make their reappearance. Qingji Ding and Turks for China, Butanic and Rain Lily basically holding down the 4 for Japan now, as their adjustments kind of starting to work out here a little bit as we make our way into Qatar. And we'll see if Japan can make this 6-4 or China can close this out and set up a date with the Philippines.
Man, if you know, either way, like, okay, before I go into that, so we're seeing rice 6 here right now, and I do think Japan, at least on the big picture, they seem to have an upper hand for this, because we already saw in the technical picks, they can win those, but consistency has still been a little bit of a question mark, really, because look at right now, I mean, look, China has the advantage based on accuracy alone, and that hasn't really been the story on rice.
Oh, and Butanic finding the first drop here. Gonna give China a bit more of a cushion to work with. You were mentioning it's like China already taking a lead based on the accuracy alone, and Turks does eventually trade it back. That's the highest accuracy in this lobby, now falling or losing their FC could potentially make things a little bit closer as we continue on here, moving on into the second third of the chart. It is only 3,400 points as we continue on here. There is a window of opportunity for Japan to claw this back. Not out of it just yet, but gonna need to start really picking up the performance here and building up some accuracy. Rainly starting to cancel out Ching and Butanic starting to get the advantage up over Turks because of the fact that they have the FC as well, and they now claw the lead back into their favor, but it is not a comfortable lead by any stretch of the imagination now.
It's that accuracy lead, and not to mention that miss from Ching Ji-ding. But Raylily trades one back, and so we're back at square one. This has been the same non-existent lead we've seen throughout this whole match, but I think it's trending. I don't know who it's trending towards right now. Well, there's my answer.
It's trending towards China. Butanic finding the drop in the transition into these Grace Note bursts, and China going to be able to run with it. Both their players up over that 400 combo cap, going to be able to stretch this advantage to about 4,200 points as we take stock of the situation. I mean, Rain Lily has the accuracy advantage, but I don't think they have the combo advantage at this point, and Turks definitely has the combo advantage over Butanic at the moment. They do finally make it up at the 400 combo cap. They are starting to chip away at this lead. It is 2,800 points. It is a sliver of Charlotte to go. Butanic and Turks trade. Oh,
Is it
goodness.
gonna be enough? Oh, but really,
Lily finds the drop. No.
that was a massive mistake on Ray Lily's side, and that does it. The consistency was too much for Japan to overcome that. Accuracy-wise, wait a second. 200 count actually slightly goes to China on that one. So, that was such a interesting turn of events. But that does it. China takes it 7-3.
Oh my goodness. What a match. Some electrifying performances. Japan giving it everything that they could to try and take down this very formidable Chinese roster, but at the end of the day, it will be China punching their ticket into the second half of finals weekend, setting up that showdown with the Philippines. And we have a confirmed time for that. That will be taking place tomorrow at 13:30 UTC. So same time as this match, just tomorrow. So definitely want to stay tuned for that. But with that being said, that will do it for this block of 2 matches. What a amazing start to finals weekend, and it's only going to get better. Because at 12 UTC tomorrow, we have our winners finals. It is going to be the almost perennial champions in South Korea looking to punch their ticket into grand finals, going up against Malaysia. Arguably the most dynamic duo remaining in this tournament. But Emily, do you have anything else left to add before we start closing this out?
Wow, I don't know why, but these matches look so familiar. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is exactly how 2022 MWC went. Korea, Malaysia at the top of the winners bracket, and the losers bracket for third place, China, Philippines. So we're seeing 2 rematches, really.
Yeah, a lot of scores to settle, a lot of narratives to be written. Definitely do not want to miss it. But before we go, everybody knows that the second best thing about this game is decorating your profile. And what better way to decorate your profile than buying a banner from the OS store to show your support for the remaining countries left in this tournament. We just bid farewell to Japan and Thailand. Guess what? You can still buy a banner for them or any of the other teams that were eliminated in this tournament so far, because all your contributions go towards making this event bigger and better, and helps increase the contributions that we give to the players that end up on the podium at the end of the tournament. And all for the low cost of $2.50 USD. And as an added bonus, did you know that if you choose the winner of this year's Mania 7 Key World Cup, you get to keep that banner for just that little longer after the tournament is over. And if you're indecisive, like me, can't choose between your favorite countries, you can just buy as many of the banners as you want. So you can have all 24. And who knows? One of those 24 teams is going to win. You're going to have one of those banners on your profile for just that little bit longer. So why not go to the O store and pick up a banner today? Emily, you got anything else left to add?
Well, do I have anything else to add? I mean, I just hope tomorrow will bring us another set of insane matches just like how we saw today. I'm excited to see the effort and whatever everyone's prepared here. And
Yep.
man, I just really hope to see some amazing matches tomorrow.
Absolutely. But until then, we'll catch you guys later.
長く伸びた陰影を切れかかった照明が反対に描くその刹那に打ち消し合った存在が自分自身の証明を演劇的に導き出したんだ寄り道して遊んだあの公園も今は何もない少し大きくなりすぎたかな暗闇はいつも怖かったあの頃とは変わってしまわぬように白だけ踏んでこうこのまま半透明の感情抱いて生きてくの赤く燃える光は道しるべそのまま完成衝動だ今日を鳴らして今日もまた空が沈む走れ走れ色が消える前に走れ
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osmania 7 Key World Cup 2024. When we started this tournament about a month ago, we had 24 teams vying for a spot or a shot at that coveted world title. We're now down to the top 6, 4 of which need to fight amongst themselves to see who will take that last spot on the podium. Color to be decided, of course, but gotta start somewhere. For now, we have the defending champions in the Philippines going up against seems to be perennial finalists in Thailand. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Bulma Gamer PH76, also known as Siloeska Els. Els, how you doing?
It's a mouthful you just said there, but yes, indeed, that is me, Bulma Gamer page 76, also known as Siloeska Els. But I'm doing fine. I actually just woke up from a nap, almost went a little bit too much. I mean, I'm pretty sure you almost you were asleep as well, weren't you?
Oh, absolutely. We're opposite ends of the globe here, trying to make sure we bring on the best production possible. But I mean, it's always exciting waking up for a match like this. These two countries have such a long history going up against each other. Wouldn't you say?
Definitely. I mean, Philippines and Thailand, these two countries are very close in terms of region. Literally, they're on the same area and whatever like that. We're talking about Southeast Asia here. But I think what makes it more interesting is Philippines and Thailand have, I'd say, an equal amount of history when it comes to 7K VSRG. They're both some of the most successful countries, at least in terms of placing very high. I mean, especially, we've known this matchup is in 2017. That one was a nail biter if you were there. I mean, I wasn't myself. I just really saw the replay and all that. But that was a very intense match.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot of shared history between these two countries. And of course, can't go through a match featuring the Philippines without mentioning current defending champions, able to dethrone South Korea last year, now brought down to the losers bracket by aforementioned South Korea, them being able to get the revenge last weekend by a score of 6-0. Now put up against the ropes here in finals weekend. Gonna be a bit of a hill to climb, but they've definitely shown some formidability to make it through tough times before.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's gonna be a lot of difficult moments. So we're seeing LN3 being protected by Thailand. I'm not surprised because, like, Thailand historically is known to be a country that's more onto the long note side. But when it comes to Philippines, though, they're also proficient in long notes. So honestly, a little bit concerning. But looking at the reaction of Ojisan right there, I think that may have been something that Thailand hit the mark on.
Yeah, for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what the Philippines opts to protect before they get an opportunity to ban here, because we might be seeing both these countries wanting to linger in this lower half of the map pool, and they'll be taking pop shots at each other later on during this match to see who gets those points on those rice picks, saying that there is, 7 now to go through?
Yeah, 7. Assuming nothing's banned.
That's true.
But we have to wait. We'll have to wait. I have a feeling there's the off chance that both teams ban Rice. I won't be surprised if that happens actually. Because again, like what I said, both countries are proficient at the long note side. Okay, never mind then. So we're seeing Rice 4 protect. I believe, yeah, that's Volstead bar. In before Philippines bans another Rice.
Yeah, remains to be seen. So Rice 4 getting protected, pretty interesting pick, but I mean, out of the rest of the maps in that Rice category, feels like the most straightforward to swing might just come down to a bit of, can you handle the BPM? Can you still swing an FC on something like that with good ratio? Maybe avoid those 200 drops here and there. But we're definitely reaching a point where being able to get a good performance on something like Volstead Bar is going to be a bit of a feat. And the Philippines going to opt to ban Hybrid 2 here.
Oh man. They're going to be banning, I believe this is a custom, right? Kind of unfortunate, but I can see why they'd ban this.
Yeah,
I can
makes
see
sense.
why. But
Dur-
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say during the showcase, seeing that there's definitely a lot of intricacies to that map, and maybe just don't want to bring Thailand into the fold to try and compete against them on something like it. And especially because of the fact that they're both going to want to stay in this lower half of the map pool, might as well get rid of potentially the most contentious map out of the ones that are down there, and Thailand opting to ban Rice 5, so Clover going to be removed from the map pool as well.
But I mean, if they really are going to be banning Clover, I think that's going to be concerning for me because Philippines, in my opinion, should not be too far ahead of Thailand in terms of the rice department. I do think there are some picks that are contestable, but man, do they have to be careful in that regard. Because let's see what the first pick's gonna be. It has to be. I'm gonna guess LN3 already. Some teams have opted to pick their protects very early on, and if they pick that to start things off, I won't be surprised. I mean, remember, these two teams are fighting for their lives, really. Like, they're going to be eliminated the moment they lose this match.
Yeah, there is no more room for error for these two countries, and they're not done this weekend. If they do end up winning, they do have a match after this, so a lot to think about. And it looks like they're going to opt to start things off on Hybrid 3. A reminder to those of you watching along, we have expanded the best of format. This is now a best of 13. First team to 7 points will be taking home the victory in this match. We're going to start it off on Hybrid 3. Let's see who's going to come in contest on this pick.
I'd say it should be Kura and Sani actually. Or Oji-san and Sani, yeah, there we go. Kura Sani is the one that really makes a lot of sense. We're already in finals week, and like Sani is one of those players that's really geared towards the finals round, so I'm not surprised seeing Sani in a map like this.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a good option for support for somebody like Oji-san, who's probably going to stay in for most, if not all of these picks for the Philippines. Meanwhile, for Thailand, probably going to be seeing this duo as well, Lost Cool and Natsurio, up to contest for the moment, unless there are any last-second substitutions here. This will probably be the lineups we'll be seeing for both these countries for pretty much this entire match, barring maybe a pick or two here or there. And it looks like they are ready to go. Let's get underway with this first map of this best of 13.
Well, we'll have to see first. See, what I'm really curious to see is hybrid really going to be worth it? Well, let's find out. And I mean, to be fair, with hybrids, you don't exactly reveal too much information there. Like, yeah, there is a mix of rice and long notes, but literally there are only 3 other hybrid picks right now. Actually, no, 1 other hybrid pick because one of them is banned. So, that being said, this is not exactly an advantageous pick, especially if you don't win this. Because again, information-wise, yeah, sure, not that much leak, but you don't really have many other options other than this.
Yeah, for sure. And during that introduction, we've already seen both Thai players losing their full combos here. Lost Goal finding the first drop, Natsurio following soon thereafter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oji-san and Sani holding down the fort, both above their Thai counterparts through this introduction going into the second quarter, with Natsurio finding yet another drop as Lost Goal follows soon thereafter on this LN section. Oji-san falls as well. So that's 3 FCs gone. Through this introduction, Sani only one hanging on now as everybody's starting to trade misses back and forth going into the second third of this chart.
Also, something I would like to note here, something that Thailand completely overlooked was, look at that OD, 6.5. Sani has been sort of the player that's had lower accuracy compared to like Oji-san, right? And now that the OD isn't exactly too high, Sani's gonna be very comfortable acting this, and it's showing right now. Like, the mere fact that Lost Cool is around this accuracy and we still have a higher player here, this is a very concerning pick, honestly.
Yeah, maybe some things to reconsider moving forward for Thailand, but I mean, they needed to throw out a first pick, and this one currently not working out in their favor as we make our way into the last third of the chart. And we'll be back up over that 400 combo cap, some misses traded back and forth during that last section. And after the build-up, we get into this final quarter of the chart. Sani still holding on to the FC. It is 50,000 points in favor of the Philippines at the moment on Thailand's picks. Natsurio finds another drop here, and things going from bad to worse. They're going to need a number of misses coming out from the Philippines, but right now they are holding steady, trying to take this first breakpoint away from Thailand with about an eighth of the chart left to go here.
Wow, Sani's impressive consistency right now is really helping, not to mention Kura's accuracy. These sort of patterns are... I'd expect Thailand to also be very proficient at, but the accuracy and consistency have not been the same. We're approaching the end of the map. That being said, I think the Philippines... By the way? It is a full combo.
Oh my goodness. What a performance from Sani. Backed up by Oji-san. Higher accuracy, but that singular miss in support. And Philippines able to pick up that first break point here to make it 1-0 to start this match off.
Very impressive work from everyone, really. Getting a 97 even on this map is super impressive, considering that we're seeing those kinds of patterns like the jacks, the rolls and all that. Super difficult, really. That being said, what would the Philippines pick? I'd say, honestly, looking at the pool right now, if they are indeed warmed up, I'd go for Moongate, but I think you should save that for later. However, if not, I think they could go Hybrid 1. You win Hybrid 3 by a very considerable margin. I think that's convincing enough already for Hybrid 1.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it does open a couple more avenues, especially because of how convincingly they won that first map. Maybe they don't even need to venture into those rice picks, can just kind of exhaust some of the denser LNs in the pool first, see if they have a bit of a physicality edge on that front before going into stuff that they maybe be more comfortable on in that rice pool. Just kind of pick and choose what they want. Now, looks like they're gonna go for LN1 here, actually.
Long note 1. I mean, Thailand has a long note protect. So interesting. But this probably is just something that they're trying to like stamp their, I guess, their confidence and all that, and show that even on their own strengths, they can also do that. And I can see why they'd want to. It's definitely the morale factor, and also just really trying to perform better even on the picks that they think Thailand may have a chance on. Because if they win that, if they take advantage of that, then morale would really be in their favor, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Confidence definitely becomes a bit of a factor in matches like this, especially if you feel like your opponent might have a chance at taking stuff or taking points away from you on your preferred map set or map style, then definitely throws a bit of a spanner in the works. Maybe cause for reconsideration for future picks. Do you change up the strategy? Do you stick to your guns and continue picking what you know, what you planned on going through? But for right now, a lot of things to consider, but for right now we gotta get through what's presently in front of us, and that is currently LN1. Still gonna see the same 4 players. I think Lots Cool restarted their client just to make sure that things were operating at peak efficiency. Definitely want to make sure you're firing on all fronts before going into a match like this. So
I'm not surprised. I mean, yeah, that's fair. But, I would have thought Kenzie would have come in here. But Natsurio, I think, makes a lot of sense, actually. Though, this is 2 minutes and 35 seconds. And looking at that OD again, like I've been saying a while ago, I can see why Philippines would go for this now. If the OD isn't high at all, I think they could really use that to their advantage, especially with accuracies and all that. Because when the OD is lower, Sunny is just much more comfortable in that regard. And they're really able to make a push and see, and you'd be able to see how consistent and accurate they really are on such a wide timing window.
yeah, for sure. And during that discussion, you did mention Kenzie, right on cue, shows up to replace Natsurio. Gonna be a little bit more suited for an LN pick like this, so they're gonna be trying to back up Lost Cool in their quest to try and take back that first breakpoint that they gave over to the Philippines here.
Well then, is it going to be worth it? Now let's find out. Again, like, it's really just a game of if you're able to take advantage of these weaknesses that you might spot on your opponents. And I think Philippines saw something on the Thai side as to why they picked this. Oh, I actually just noticed, but Kenzie is indeed in for this pick. As I've said, this is the player who I'm expected to come in. And right now, both PH players have an AC lead against the Thai side. So this is really an advantage they need to take they really need to capitalize on this right now.
Yeah, so far looking good for the Philippines. Both players hovering in and around that 99.4%. Lost Coal trying to cancel out one of those scores, but really Kenzie not having the best of openers in comparison to everybody else in the lobby, down into that low 98% range. But Sani actually picking up the first drop here, maybe just overholding that Yorbar getting spread really far apart. A lot of late releases here, and one of them just finally catching them out but they still managed to hold on to the lead to the tune of about 10,000 points off the back of that impressive accuracy discrepancy that they have built up over Thailand going into the back half of the chart now.
Actually, looking at that miss, it wasn't an overhold. It was probably a double tap or a very early release on the space bar, which is super unfortunate. Those kinds of misses are like really annoying to deal with. That being said though, all the Philippines really has to do right now is keep that accuracy because they really have the advantage against Ken Z right now. Oh, like as I say that, a mistake happened. And these are the patterns that I would argue benefit the Philippines actually, because never mind. Wait a second.
You say that, but Sani finds the drop in response, trades it with Ken Z, and Sani finds yet another one here, but I think they've built up enough of a cushion to try and tank through some of those misses because of the fact that Oji-san's canceling out the score from Lost Cool. So basically a cross-map battle begins to develop here. Sani versus Kenzie, who can hang on here towards the end. Kenzie dropping down into that 97% range and finding yet another drop. So the Philippines going to be able to consolidate some of those points lost and begin to regrow this advantage to the tune of about 23,000 points going into the last 8 of this chart.
Yeah, I mean, see, if Kenzie misses, it's gonna be much more effective to the score because of how much lower the accuracy is compared to Sani. And these kinds of patterns, you just see Lost Cool and Oji-san killing it right now. Short LNs and coordination mixed together is a pattern that you really have to be careful on. Yet these 4 players, my goodness, that's I think a 97 at least on everyone. Yeah, it is indeed a 97 at least. And excuse me, Lost Cool and Kura or Oji-san, these scores, man, they both just casually FC'd that.
Yeah, barely even broke a sweat, just crossing over that double-digit 200 mark. Every other judgment kept perfectly clean. It was really just who had the better support on that chart, and the Philippines able to successfully capitalize on that breakpoint to start this match off 2-0 now.
I think Thailand's gonna be picking Fluctuate, honestly. Like, it's starting to bleed a little bit. Like, usually I would wait for the other team to pick more before you pick your own Protect. But right now, you're sort of in a position where you have to win. Like, those 2 wins have not been close at all. Yet they're picking Hybrid 1, which in my opinion is not a good pick at all. I don't think this is the way you should be going.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you reach a sort of crossroads in the openings of matches when you've kind of been sucker punched in the beginning, your opponent takes that first break point, and then they pick into what you really wanted to go into for this match in terms of map style, and they manage to swing a performance on that as well. So you get that decision opening up for you where do you continue with your strategy? Do you continue with what you were going to opt to go for as a pick order to start this match off, or do you change things up here? It's interesting to think what that second pick would have been to see if maybe Hybrid 1 was going to be their second pick regardless of what happened. But right now, I mean, decisions need to be made, and Hybrid 1, this could be a turning point. If Philippines takes this, I'm not sure what else that Thailand can go into to try and claw some points back here. There's definitely stuff out there, but they're going to need to find it as we make our way into this third map. Kenzie staying in for this. All 4 players staying perfectly put on Hybrid 1.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think normally in Hybrid 1 would be a more Rice-oriented hybrid. I mean, I could be wrong, especially with how things might work differently. Though, at least right now, it is more Rice-oriented. And now, coming onto the LNs, this is where I think Philippines could really start to make a difference.
Yeah, for sure. Ken's and Lost Coal finding a multitude of drops during this LN section. Philippines able to just kind of spread their wings and start extending this lead through this introduction. 20,000 points already, with both of them managing to hang on to their FCs through that opening gauntlet. So they managed to make it through that dense core stream. They managed to make it through the dense LN. We take a tiny bit of a break. Some coordination LNs, some anchors here and there. and a chance for everybody to kind of consolidate their accuracy, begin to build up before we get into the back half of the chart now. Still about a minute to go here. Thailand not out of it yet, but they're really going to need the Philippines to start slipping up here if they want to try and make a dent in this lead that they have built up.
See those mini jacks right there? Those patterns have really been making Thailand suffer the whole match. But so has Sunny actually. These are the kind of stuff. Oh, wow! As soon as I say that, Philippines is starting to find a few misses already. And yeah, those mini jacks still affecting Kenzie right now, which is not a good look at all. But Sunny trades them. It's just the accuracy is a little bit too far ahead for Sunny right now.
Yeah, full percent ahead of Kenzie at the moment, and once again, Lost Cool and Oji-san just kind of having their own little mini duel, canceling each other out, and the fact that Sani is able to win the duels versus Kenzie and Natsurio earlier on in this match is really paying dividends for the Philippines at the moment. These victories have been pretty convincing at the end of the day, and looks like they're going to be able to pick up a second break point now to make it 3-0.
Yeah, this is exactly why I wasn't confident with this pick. Both Law School and Kura, yeah, they were having their own battle, but we saw those mini jacks and all that, and that really was not helping Thailand the entire match. Like, even Law School missed on a couple of mini jacks there.
Yeah, there are definitely some really hard patterns. These guys make these maps look so easy when they play through them, but to the normal person, I hats off. I would not be able to even fathom swinging a performance on something like that. So kudos to them. That does it for the hybrid maps in this map pool, though. So now Thailand gonna have to pick: do they want to go into Rice? Do they want to go into LN? They've kind of been a little non-committal in their picks so far. So now we're gonna see, what do they want to go for? Do they adapt? Do they go for the Rice? Do they stick to what they know, what they've made it this far on those LNs? But right now, not their pick. It is gonna be the Philippines. They're gonna go for Rice 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very logical pick. If there are indeed a few mini jacks here, then I can see why the Philippines would go for a pick like that. That being said, though, now 4 minutes and 17 seconds, fatigue has gotta kick here at some point, right? And maybe the Philippines wants to make Thailand tired, because the Philippines does not look tired at all. Thailand's team composition doesn't look that much either, but they're trying to push them to that point.
Yeah, for sure. Strain definitely becomes a bit of a factor, especially when we already see the trends beginning to develop. There's some accuracy discrepancies between some of these players, and the head-to-head matchups between them, once we put them against each other, there's clear outliers, clear people that are winning those battles. And on something like this, very technical, very mixed in terms of what's being asked of you. The styles begin to change. You see a lot of course, you see a lot of delay, you see a lot of those mini jacks that you bring up, where there's no real comfortable point in this chart. And as Natsurio checks back in for Thailand, Oji-san and Sani staying put for the Philippines here, can Thailand find a way to kind of flip this on the Philippines, turn this into a chance to get a breakpoint back? Because you're going to need to start finding some soon before this gets really out of hand here.
I mean, gotta wait for it though. Still a little bit too early to see. Like, you never know. Maybe the Rice is actually much better than what we are seeing on their LNs and hybrids, at least compared to the Philippines. However, the thing about Rice is, it usually has a higher OD. And this is where I think Sunny might struggle a little bit, at least in terms of the accuracy. Already getting a few 200s to start, which is not a good sign. But now on the bursts and rolls here, and oh, that's a drop on Natsurio on those mini jacks actually. Like what I said a while ago, it's those patterns that Thailand really struggles on. well.
That being said, Sunny
Never mind.
trading back some of those misses here, and as things start to get denser, it's again gonna be this cross map battle. Sunny versus Natsurio, Oji-san and Lost Cool. Lost Cool actually winning the battle now, and it keeps this lead in check for the Philippines now, as Natsurio finds a couple of drops on these core jack patterns. Lost Cool falls as well. Now it's gonna do some pretty significant damage now, as Philippines now makes it a 5-digit lead, 10,000 points going into the second quarter of the chart. There's still 3 minutes left to go here, and oh boy, things are just gonna really start flying off the handle here.
Yeah, we see Natsurio finding consecutive drops, and that's not what you'd want to see. But Oji-san finding a drop, also, this is what Thailand means, like seeing Philippines' best accuracy, finding a mistake, that's a good sign of things to come. But consider this, Natsurio has the lowest act and also has been missing. This is gonna just increase the advantage for the Philippines, at least right now.
Yeah, the margin for error for Thailand is so much smaller than that of the Philippines. The Philippines building up enough of a cushion to, like I said, tank their way through some of the misses when they do come. Because like I said, it is so hard to keep track of everything that's being asked of you, because the styles are switching so often. You go back into this Great Snow chord stream section, and Natsurio finding the first drop here. Nobody else trading. Everybody above that 4-digit combo mark now, bar them as they try and make it back up over that 400 combo cap. Half the map still left to go here. Needing to climb back up to the 98% range. And Philippines looking really strong right now. 32,000 points with half the chart still left to go. Another trade. Oji-san Natsurio now finding misses here in this section. But as it stands, I mean, barely puts a dent in the lead that the Philippines has built up here.
And Sunny, after building a huge combo, finally finds a mistake on these dense sections. These rolls and mini jacks have really been making Natsurio suffer. Despite Law School being able to hold on, that's just not going to be enough. The team composition is really helping Philippines right now. And now that the patterns are much harder, I won't even be surprised if Law School eventually finds a drop here or there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, everybody is finding drops during some of the hardest sections in this chart. But that being said, Law School manages to hang on through that section. Doesn't have the FC, but this is definitely a very impressive recovery run. 99.4, still trying to keep Oji-san in their sights to try and at least keep that score in check. The 55,000 points basically coming off the back of who the supporting cast is. And as we make our way into this outro, more of the same, this dense core stream, a lot of mixed snaps, very nasty staircase bursts in between, and still everybody manages to hang on. They found their footing through this outro. Sure, they took their lickings during the first three quarter, 90% of this chart, but as it stands, Natsurio finding a last couple of drops here, but the damage has been done. The Philippines looking comfortable all throughout in comparison to Thailand on this pick, and they're going to be able to once again successfully capitalize on a breakpoint opportunity and make it 4-0.
Wow, 4-0. Very impressive work. 76,000 points of difference on a rice map. There's a clear world of difference when it comes to consistency between these two teams. And by the way, Oji-san beating out Law School by only, I believe that's 34 points. Yeah, 34 points.
34. Oh my goodness. The ratio difference. But, I mean, a singular miss on a map like that is incredible. Like, hats off. Like, these are some incredible performances from everybody across the board. It's just being able to put it together when it matters most is what's really doing the difference for the Philippines. That balanced team composition of Oji-san and Sunny really coming to a forefront right now. And right now, I mean, they're taking full advantage of it with Thailand up to pick once again. What do you go for here? Do you stick to the rice or do you go back down to the LNs? LN3 is still on the cards for them. They still have that protect. But they're going to go for LN2 instead.
I'm not surprised. And by the way, this Zenonia 5 you see on the stream right now, this is not the same Zenonia as in Kenzie. Because Kenzie's past alias, I think, was Zenonia. But this is a different Zenonia, I think. This is one from Korea, actually. Because like I was looking at the map right now, I was like, wait, is this the Zenonia from Thailand? Doesn't look like it actually.
It's like no relation. Dude, just a coincidence. No need to look into it any further. But as we wait to see who's going to contest on this, do we see Kenzie actually sub back in for Thailand on this pick? And for the Philippines, I mean, you're up 4-0. No real reason to take your foot off the gas here. Do you just keep Oji-san and Sani here if they're still feeling good about this?
Well, looks like they are going with the same one.
Alrighty, so Natsurio staying in for Thailand. No Kenzie for this LN pick. A bit of a mix up here, but probably planned from them as we get underway with this fifth map of this best of 13. Philippines currently riding high. Thailand needs to find an answer. Can they find it here on LN2?
Yeah, they need an answer real fast because yeah, it is down 2 breakpoints only, but they have to start winning their own picks as well. And this, not to mention, is slow LN release it seems, and I would say this is Thailand's territory. But look at the Philippines right now. Yeah, Lost Goal is the highest accuracy out of the whole lobby, but if Natsurio is not gonna be consistent enough, then it's just not really gonna be enough for Thailand to make an answer. But wait a second, Sani trading one back?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same duel we've been seeing throughout this entire match. Those spacebar LNs really giving Sani a bit of trouble here, and now a pretty significant accuracy drop, but a double miss from Thailand. Natsurio and Lost Cool seeing that window opportunity, not taking advantage as Natsurio finds a multitude of drops. Oji-san finally loses their FC. No more FCs remaining in the lobby, but the damage being taken by Thailand at the moment during this section is allowing the Philippines once again to extend a near insurmountable advantage to the tune of 25,000 points with half the chart still left to go here.
I just realized, but this is the kind of pick that Sani is going to be really destroying. And we saw in that one section a while ago that Sani was the only player that didn't miss. Those short LNs have been making Natsurio suffer, especially when coordination is involved. Very, very concerning really for Thailand right now. Because at this moment, man, both Philippines players have been matching or even doing better in terms of consistency. Like the moment we saw those short LNs a while ago, we saw Thailand sort of really struggle.
Yeah, for sure. Able to recover just a little bit, but Natsurio missing on the transition out of that section. But I mean, the damage has basically already been done. An eighth of the chart still left to go. Philippines once again nursing a 56,000 point lead. And it really just comes off the back of keeping these runs clean and being able to maintain some really high accuracy to contest against the likes of Lost Cool, who currently still has the highest accuracy in his lobby despite the number of misses that they were finding during some of those harder sections. And as this map comes to an end, MVP in the lobby, but not going to be enough. A third breakpoint going the way of the Philippines, and it is now 5-0.
Gotta give credit where it's due. Sani also keeping the consistency after those misses. That and also Oji-san literally not finding any misses whatsoever, only 50s. Even though Lost Cool's performance was very impressive, it just was not enough to beat this consistent of a team.
Yeah, for sure. Just that one step above, like just always a step ahead in terms of being able to put that performance together. And right now, I mean, what is the answer? The Philippines now going for what could potentially be their last pick in this match in Rice 1 now. And we're going to see Arquin actually sub in for this pick to back up Oji-san here.
Picking Arquin, huh? I find this so interesting. You're going to be picking Arquin Olivares. I think it's gonna work though. That being said, like this is speed. I think Arquin should be able to play this. But okay, very interesting selection. As for Thailand, I think they're gonna be sticking with Natsurio actually.
Yeah, I think this is more of a okay. We have an advantage. We can go for maybe some of the riskier picks, something that we probably wouldn't have gone into in a tighter matchup. Give an opportunity for, most importantly, Sani to get a break because of the fact that they've played the last 5 maps in a row. Basically, a kind of a luxury pick to go into. Give somebody else a chance to sub in and give somebody who's been lending so much support to Oji-san a opportunity to rest their fingers a little bit and get back in to potentially close this match out if things go their way. But as we get this map underway, you're gonna see a bit of a tug of war begin to develop here. Everybody can handle these delay streams. It's just a matter of, can they maintain the consistency? Can they keep up this 170 BPM onslaught? And Natsuro gonna be the first one to drop, but not the biggest of drops here. Only about 6,000 points, but it's still an advantage nonetheless for the Philippines to work with as Natsuro finds yet another one, and that one is gonna start doing some damage here as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart now.
You know, it was really looking like a tug of war between Arquin and Natsurio, but Arquin starting to develop a massive advantage. Like, that's around 20,000 points of advantage from Arquin alone, and really, Law School is having an advantage against Oji-san, but this difference between Natsurio and Arquin Olivares is really starting to become a little bit too big.
Yeah, about a full percent in terms of accuracy discrepancy between the two of them, and that is basically the bulk of, if not the entirety of this 25,000 point lead, because of the fact that Law School is able to keep Oji-san in check. Both, actually 3 players still holding on to their FCs going into the last third of the chart here. A bit of a break, a chance for everybody to kind of consolidate, a chance for Natsuro to get back up over that 400 combo cap before this last gauntlet begins to rain down. And as it begins, we see Arquin and Natsuro actually starting to trade here going into this final section. Still about 26,000 points of a buffer. They've built up this cushion once again to be able to tank their way through some of these misses when they do come. But Oji-san finds a drop now, once again, not answered back by the Thailand this time, but they still managed to stretch this advantage. 35,000 points now going into this ending.
It's a little bit too late, honestly. Like, even if Arquin missed right now, the damage has already been done. 30,000 points of difference is almost impossible to come back to, especially when there's only like a few seconds left. And I think that does it. We saw a massive drop on Natsurio's side. I think that actually added like 10,000 points of difference. And just like that, Philippines wins their 6th points. Wait, actually
Yep,
look at
6
this.
point.
Actually, look at this. Arquin's ratio isn't that far off Lost Cool and Oji-san, but 6 to 100s on this. Okay, that's certainly a performance.
Yeah, reminder, this is finals. just a reminder. Should not be getting that close to a V1SS. That is ridiculous, but unfortunately not going to be enough to get them a point when all is said and done. Philippines now on match point with Thailand up to pick. The broom gonna need to come out for Thailand to try and force that tiebreaker now. So, bit of a last chance saloon if you are Thailand here. What do you want to go into?
I don't know. Honestly, go for LN3. Like, that was their protect, right? I think that's their best choice, really. Either that or LN4. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, both of them kind of operating in that similar vein of style. So it was really just kind of maybe which one sounds better, which one do we get more comfortable scores on?
I'll be honest though, I'm not sure if I like this pick. Because think of it this way. You protected the map in this pool and you're not going to use it on a 6-0 situation. That's, at least on a tactical perspective, I don't think that's a good move.
I mean, like I said, maybe just we've reached a point where maybe the strategy they came into this match with is maybe just out the window at this point. It's kind of like, okay, what pick do we have that could cause the most discomfort to the Philippines to potentially be able to pull a fast one over on them? And we see some more substitutions here. We see Arona checking in for the Philippines and Kenzie once again for Thailand to basically contest on what could potentially be their last pick in this tournament. Reminder, this is a lower bracket matchup, so loser of this match is eliminated from the tournament.
Well, subbing an Arona for a pick like this is also a really good move. Like, Arona is one of the best Ellen accuracy players in the game right now, and you're picking Arona to close this Ellen pick out. I think it makes a lot of sense, but gotta be careful though. We've seen some really good scores from the Thailand side.
Yeah, for sure. All eyes basically on Kenzie to see if they can lend their support to Law School, who has been putting forth some pretty marvelous performances for Thailand, to try and keep them in this match. And Arona actually going to find the first slider break here to open this map off. Still holding on to the advantage because of the accuracy discrepancy between themselves and Kenzie at the moment. But for right now, as everybody else crosses that 400 combo cap and Arona finding yet another drop here, it's going to give Thailand an opening advantage. The first real cushion that they've had to work with. But Kenz immediately trades it back here. And it's going to start dwindling. 3,000 points. Still the advantage for Thailand as we make our way into the second third now. Are they going to be able to keep up the consistency? Arona, yet another drop. It is Oji-san and Law School holding onto the Seoul FCs for their countries. Who is going to blink first? Kenzie finds another drop in response.
Look at this! The accuracies are the same, never mind! Look at this, there's 98.6 and 98.1. It's just really Arona versus Kenzie because Oji-san and Law School are canceling each other. Almost the same score really, but 14,000 points. That is going to be really difficult to come back, and Oji-san finds a drop! That's just going to make it massive now for Thailand.
Oh, this is the opening they needed. We were doubting this pick, but Thailand putting their best foot forward at the 11th hour. Law School finally finds a drop. Their second one in this pick. Kenz and Arona trading back and forth once again. The lead has shrunk in half. It was 16,000 points, now 7,000. Thailand up against the ropes, but Arona finding another drop. Oji-san able to build up some semblance of combo here. 800 for them and climbing, but right now Thailand has both players above that 400 combo cap with Arona dropping, and this is what they needed to rebuild this advantage. It is 17,000 points with a quarter of the map still left to go. Can they hang on here?
Oh my goodness. This was not what I expected, by the way. And right now, Kenzie taking full advantage of Arona. This was a really good pick on the Thailand side after all.
What do we know at the end of the day? Kenzie finding yet another drop here going into the last eighth of the chart. The lead shrinks to about 14,000 points, re-established. It is flickering back and forth. Every miss from Thailand gives the Philippines an opportunity to capitalize on, but I don't think there is enough map left for them to do anything about this. And Thailand gonna be able to avoid the clean sweep. They're gonna notch their first point on the board. It is now 6-1.
What a massive turn of events here.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I guess I was a little bit, I guess we were a little bit too early to call, right?
We were doubting so hard, and we got put in our place as we deserved. Kudos to Thailand. What a performance from Law School. Able to keep pace with Oji-san. Credit to Kenzie, getting bullied a little bit on some of these picks, but able to win out against Arona to basically keep this lead in check for Thailand. It got a little bit dicey there at certain points when the lead shrunk down to about, 3,000 points, but once they got the lead, never looked back from there. And now we go back to the Philippines, and they're going to go for LN5.
I don't know. Okay. I don't think I like this pick at all. Because you lost that LN pick. I mean, sure, it's different in comparison to LN4. But if you want to close this out, you gotta pick something different. Like, entirely different in terms of fundamentals and all that. So that's why I was thinking you should not go for this pick.
They're just giving us a bit of a show at this point. Because, I mean, they've shown that they can win on LN picks. Like, there's no doubt that the Philippines has it within themselves to swing performances on LN. So that's out of the question. I think it's more just out of the remaining picks, which ones can we consistently put out good scores on that we maybe enjoy for as much as people can enjoy Nanahira.
Are there any Nanahira enjoyers in the chat? I'm actually really curious.
Probably. But as we get this map underway, once again, similar situation as last time. Thailand, no room for error here. Need to start getting back some of these breakpoints one way or another. But the Philippines going to make it as hard as possible. All 4 players staying put for this pick once again. And right now, Arona finding the first drop on those staircase releases. And it's going to give Thailand a bit of a cushion to work with. 4,000 points now with no trades back.
Yeah, look at this consistency between Kenzie and Arona. I actually think Arona has a slight act advantage even with the miss and all that. But that's not gonna cut it, especially with how consistent of a player Kenzie is. I mean, the G-Sign is the G-Sign and Lost School is Lost School. It's those backup players really that's gonna make a difference.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Lost School winning the battle against Oji-san, and with Arona and Kenzie within about 0.2% of each other, I mean, this is teetering on a knife's edge right now. Neither country batting an inch between each other as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart. One of the longer LN charts in this pool, and Kenzie finally finds a drop, a pretty significant one as well. Gives the Philippines a tiny sliver of advantage, but it is hundreds of points between them at the moment as we make our way into the second third of the chart.
Wait a second. It's flickering!
Oh no!
But never mind, Lost School! Yeah, that really is going to give a little bit of lead to the Philippines, but it's only so tiny. I can barely call this a lead.
No, this is an invisible lead. This is a fake lead. Lost School still holding on to the highest accuracy in this lobby. Now back up over that 400 combo cap, but Kenzie finding the drop. Gonna do a little bit more damage in terms of that score advantage that the Philippines has built up. Now 5,000 points, doubling it in that section. Going into the back half, there's still about a minute and a half left to go here. But as it stands, anything can happen. It just takes one rough section, one inopportune miss, but Kenzie is going to be the one to find it going into this next section. And unless there are trades back, there's still definitely enough time. It's just a matter of if the Philippines can keep it clean throughout. A lot of 200 coming out from Arona, but they manage to hang on. Kenzie finds yet another drop here. Nobody else finding misses. Both Philippines players above 4,000 combo at the moment going into this last quarter.
I mean, 13,000 points. We saw what happened before. There were a lot of misses on Arona's side, which luckily is not happening right now. It's the total opposite, really. Kenzie's now the one finding misses, and the accuracy disadvantage is in Thailand despite Lost School's massive performance. Very impressive work, but it's just not gonna cut it unless we see misses on the Philippines side. It has to be a double miss at this point.
Yeah, basically a combo reset. Oh, there's a significant drop from Arona though. They're gonna drop down just ever so slightly. Another one there, but Kenzie finally trades it back this time around. No harm, no foul at the end of the day. But the lead is starting to shrink. It is 10,000 points, but is there enough time? The misses aren't significant enough. There isn't enough of an accuracy drop either to give Thailand any hope to get back into this. Kenzie finds yet another one, and that might be the final nail in the coffin. Everybody crossing that 900,000 score mark, and I think the Philippines has done enough at the end of the day to secure that final point to win the match by a score 7-1.
Very impressive work. Honestly, both teams were great. The mere fact that Thailand almost took this one as well, like at the very tail end of the match, it honestly looked like the Philippines was the one more affected by fatigue than Thailand. Because if you notice at the end, by the tail end of this match, Thailand is the one who's starting to gain a little bit of traction on this match.
Yeah, but unfortunately too little too late at the end of the day to swing it back in their favor. It was a valiant effort by them, but their tournament run ends here. And for the Philippines, congratulations to them for winning this match. Their weekend is not done just yet. they still need to face off against the winner of what'll be the next match coming up here. And that will be...
It's gonna be China versus Japan, isn't it?
Yep, it is going to be China versus Japan.
Which is the next match, and I think we're gonna be here to stay for now. But look, it's gonna be very interesting, and I can't wait to see. It's gonna be in 13:30 UTC, so we have a short break coming up here. You gotta get your snacks, get your breakfast, whatever time of the world it is, and I just hope that you have a good time watching this match. You could close this out for us, by the way, Sparky. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, stick around. Stay tuned. We've got plenty more 7-Key World Cup action for you guys here. And in about 37 minutes, we'll bring you guys China versus Japan. Until then, take care, y'all.
Hello and welcome back to the Osimania 7K World Cup 2024 Finals weekend. We have one more match to present you guys, and it's one of the most awaited matchups of the entire weekend. You have China against the Philippines, number 2 seed and number 4 seed facing each other in, I'd say, a showdown that has been coming for a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. These are two of the top teams, of course. The top 4 seeds being left as the top 4 in the tournament. Very fitting for how this has gone so far. But these two teams in particular, two really, really scary teams filled with veterans on either side. I think basically all of these names, to anyone that's been watching 7K MWC for the past few years, should absolutely know pretty much all 8 of these names on the screen here.
Also, this is an interesting matchup as well, since I've been waiting to say it, but this is a matchup between the only 2 countries that have won the 7K World Cup that is not called South Korea. China winning the 2016 edition, and the Philippines, actually the defending champions, under threat of elimination before they even reach the final 3.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting match to be able to see. Of course, this is ridiculously high stakes for both of these two teams. The loser is, of course, going to be eliminated right away, but more than that, the loser is going to lose out on their position in the podium here. Winner is going to guarantee top 3 and will move on to the match next week, going to be versing Malaysia, who is waiting for them in the grand finals week losers bracket. And this is going to be very, very close, I think. I'm just having a scroll through as well, because both of these teams have played one match already this weekend on this same pool. China just managed to beat Japan yesterday, while Philippines beat Thailand. And looking through some of the scores that they played in common, this is pretty insane. There's a few scores that I'm seeing on maps like, Sea of Memory, and also Animal Land that are within just like a few thousand points between the two teams. So no big advantage that I'm seeing here for either team, but maybe some of the unknown scores might come into play here. Maybe one of the maps that Philippines played and China thinks that they can beat, or vice versa.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a pretty intense dynamic here. We actually see Price 1 getting protected. I think that should be China's protect. A really good protect for China here, and banning Higenjin Satohi, the LN coordination pick. Philippines, on the other hand, I think might be the team that will be looking more towards the LN side of the pool here. already protecting Hybrid 2. And I think we're going to be seeing. We're going to take. I think the Philippines are taking their time just a little bit to see their ban. There you go. They're going to be getting Cutter out of this match as well. I think I remember from last night, China had a really good team score on that chart.
Yeah, and we're seeing definitely more of a weird kind of dynamic in the protects and bans, specifically because these teams know directly what some of the team scores are from either side. And, you know, China might seem weird protecting LM1 but then banning LN2, but Philippines played both of these maps. China know Philippines scores on both of them, so they are pretty confidently saying that we can beat Philippines on LN1, but they are scared of Philippines LN2 score, even though they are fairly similar in terms of skill sets. And it looks like Philippines are going to go straight away. Hybrid 2 is going to be the first pick. We're not wasting any time with Rice and LN, straight into these combined picks.
Yeah, and I'd say, like, at least from what we saw from yesterday, I mean, there was an instance where a certain team actually avoided picking their protect as their first pick, and it might have changed the dynamic of the entire match from that point on. And I think the Philippines, actually, we've seen this as well from the other match that we saw tonight. Like, just get that first protect, just get the protect as their first pick in. Like, try to get that first point right off the bat, get yourself on the board, and just carry on from there.
Yeah, and this one in particular, this is one of the maps that we did see China perform on yesterday with Turks and Van Wilder, so they're going to be keeping their same players in the lobby here. I don't think we saw this this map being played in the Philippines-Thailand match, but Philippines are looking at specifically China's score here and saying that, well, we can beat those scores here. I do think they did struggle in the combo a little bit, so trying to target a kind of hybrid weakness perhaps for Team China, who really does have... China have been putting a completely different set of players for the Rice and LN maps.
We're just waiting for this chart to start. Alright, now about this... Like, these... Man, like, I just noticed, Van Wilder actually... If I remember correctly, is the only player remaining from the 2016 World Champion team in this match, I think.
Yeah, Van Wilder's been playing. Van Wilder's definitely been playing like every year almost for the past 10 years. I think I don't remember any Chinese team without him. Just straight up, it's been a very long time. Definitely one of those veteran names on Team China. But this in particular, I think this pick and a lot of these picks from the Philippines are going to come down mostly to Kura. I think if there are picks that Kura can just carry and score, I think this is potentially one of them. Those might be the picks that Philippines look the strongest on. Of course, Sani as well is most likely going to be able to keep up with Team China as well. But we'll have to see, because we saw quite a lot of misses coming through on when this map was played yesterday. A very difficult one.
I mean, this is one of the harder picks in the entire pool overall. No surprises really. If we see any of these players struggle at some point, but I'd say maybe the second run through this in a live match might change a few things. Hopefully for the better for both of these teams. Obviously, we want to see some up scores. But who knows?
Van Wilder off to a very bad start in the intro, getting a lot of 200s on just those single notes, but should be able to build back the accuracy now that the real patterns have kicked in. It does give a little bit of a lead for Philippines, but Sani finds the first miss, and that's a big act drop as well. Now Van Wilder beating him out, and China's going to start to expand a lead.
Yeah, that was a really rough section there for Sani. The density kind of getting into them. Oji-san also getting the first drop here for the Philippines, and that should give China a decent breathing room leading into the second third of this chart. Like, this is a fairly short pick, so you cannot really afford to find these smaller drops really. And there you go, another one from Sani.
This lead now starting to grow in favor of China, but trade misses coming in, and I think over time, Philippines might start to take a little bit of a lead, because Kura's accuracy is going even further and further ahead of Turks. And with Turks finding a miss, double
And there
miss
you go.
now, that might be enough for Philippines to start taking a lead. But Sani still low in the accuracy, but Van Wilder.
Well, there you go. Van Wilder finding a pretty big drop. Everyone actually getting combo resetted, but Philippines getting through that section with the lead. Turks and Odrison finding yet another trade. But as you've mentioned so many times, our trades favor the team in the lead. And it's the Philippines really stretching that advantage now as we see a few more drops from Van Wilder.
Yeah, it's not just the number of misses as well, but China are finding much messier misses overall. We've seen Kura miss a few times, but that's still almost 99% accuracy. The AK has not dropped at all from Kura's side, while meanwhile, Turks and Van Wilder dropped almost like a whole percent each in that second half. And Sani has managed to hold on to this 98 as well. This is a very strong lead, almost entirely built off of accuracy.
And I think we're going to see more of this dynamic as we get deeper and deeper into this match. Turks actually getting the best ratio. I mean, no, actually it's Kura who gets the best ratio here, but man, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, Kura in the 200 count, that's what mostly did it. And Kura managing to get MVP, managing to carry the team forward with the first point. And now it's China's pick. And I think China have their own picks up their sleeve that I think they can definitely win. I wonder whether they're going to be going with their protect right away or not. And I don't think either of these teams have too many picks that they can feel really, really comfortable winning. So I think it might be a good idea to just go straight for that protect like Philippines did as well.
Yeah, actually, let's play safe. I think we're going to see lots of safe strategies in this match because I don't think any of these teams would really want to just concede an advantage over their opponents. I think maybe even the two chart lead is so dangerous here. And there you go. China will be going for their protect as well.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. This one being the delay map, the speed map, you would say here. And we'll see how this one goes. Of course, we did see some absurd scores on some of these Rice maps just in the previous match. This one, there is no dress surf in sight, but these players are very, very good. Especially we're seeing Qingqi Ding coming on the side of China, the Rice specialist that's been switching in for these Rice maps. But of course, looking at Turks and Kura, going to be some of the main players for pretty much every one of these picks that we're going to be seeing. Arquin as well coming in for Philippines here.
So that only leaves one player each for both teams, not yet making an appearance for this match in particular. But anyways, here we go. Second chart of this match.
Yeah, I have a feeling those last two players are going to make an appearance when we see the LN maps being picked later on in the match as well.
Yeah.
But for now, we do have this one here. We'll see very tricky map to manage to maintain your accuracy and your combo as well. Because as we saw, a little bit of a rush, a little bit of a mishap with your finger coordination can really result in a massive accuracy tank with these patterns.
And we might be seeing that especially when the main dense part of the chart kicks in. Like this part is already pretty dense, but we're going to see more crazy sections here as we see Arquin finding a pretty messy drop, but is starting to recover to that 98% level as we're speaking. And yet another one coming from Arquin. Actually, both Chinese players maintaining their full combos, and I think we'll be seeing more of this dynamic. Really, Arquin just kind of finding some struggles maintaining the combo here, while actually having a still pretty decent accuracy. With all due respect, Kura with the highest accuracy in this entire room, but the misses that we see from Arquin have practically made the difference between these two teams. Aside from the accuracy difference, And China is just slowly pulling ahead as we enter this halfway point of the chart.
There's a consistency here from Team China overall. Both players above like the mid 99s with the full combos. And as you said, yeah, Kuro with the highest accuracy in the lobby, still in the full combo as well. Arquin is a little bit behind, actually increasing the accuracy ever so slightly. I think Arquin is looking to try and reach that 99%, and if he does, there could be something to be said in the second half for Philippines, but I think Philippines now can't afford any other misses, and Arquin does find another miss at the start of this section. Turks does trade it, but that's a very clean miss from Turks.
Yeah, barely any dent in Turks' accuracy. Ching Ding as well, maintaining the combo, actually gaining just a slight amount throughout that entire section. And this is a really, really good team score here from China, regardless of the ending.
Yeah, lead growing now. This score lead is still very dominant. Qingqi Ding finding a miss, but another very clean one from China. How are they missing so cleanly on a map like this? I do not know. But 34,000 points is going to be the lead in the end. And we are seeing 6 200s from Kura, not being enough to beat the team score from China.
Yeah, that is a really good score there from Kura. Like apparently a personal best as well. If the game chat implies so.
Yeah, really strong individual scores here, and I think we are going to be seeing more of Kura MVPs later on in this match as well, I'm sure. But the Rice looking very, very strong for Team China. Of course, this is the team that beat Japan on 2 of the Rice picks, so you know they are very good at the Rice. And Philippines looking like they are going to be targeting the LN pool instead.
They're going for LN4, Inori Ame no Ayame. And
wait, this is hang on a second. This is a really interesting pick. Just hold on for a second, because I'm remembering yesterday's match, and this map is the only map they lost against Thailand. Philippines is picking the only map that they lost yesterday.
You mentioned it. Wait, did China play this against Japan yesterday?
I believe Japan banned it, or did they ban LN2? I don't remember this being played. In the it would have been played. I think. It had to have been banned.
Most likely. If it's not played, it's banned. This chart is weird. I think the Philippines might just be confident enough that that they'll be able to outscore China regardless. It might also be possible that they might have an overall better team score than what they had yesterday as well.
Yeah,
that's very possible.
Yeah, maybe yesterday was just an uncharacteristic kind of poor performance on them on this one map here, and maybe they think they can play a lot better today. Regardless, this is a good start for Philippines with Satori finding a very early miss there.
Sunny actually starting with a 94 for a few seconds right there. And there you go, the accuracy difference already showing itself with Satori already almost reaching that 99%. But regardless though, the strategy here is actually very interesting. We'll see though once the crazier parts start to come in.
Yeah, it does look like Kura beating out Van Wilder by a little bit in terms of accuracy. I think that is to be expected overall, but Sani finding a miss there. Gonna drop down to 98.5 as well, the lowest accuracy so far. But still keeping within touching distance. Not too far is the score difference here. 5,000 points in favor of China as we're getting into this first section here.
We're going to see once this really starts to pick up. We're already seeing a few accuracy drops here coming from Van Wilder. It might play into the Philippines' advantage here. Kura or Oji-san actually dropping some slight accuracy as well on that section. Van Wilder actually carrying the highest accuracy now And that should mean China will be stretching the lead just a tad bit.
But look at Sunny's accuracy. This has recovered very, very well. Now almost up to 99%. That's almost 0.5% increase from that first half. And these accuracies now still in favor of China, but not by that much. In fact, Van Wilder, Kura, and Satori all with the exact same accuracies right now. Sunny's a little bit behind, but another miss from Sunny.
Yeah, the Philippines needs China to miss at some point and in the final quarter of this chart. And as it stands, China holding on very well.
And maybe it's a mistake to be picking LNs against China from the looks of things right here, because they're pulling off some absolutely monstrous team score right here. There was one miss in the intro from Satori. That is the only mistake they have given up at all so far. 9,000 points. Still have to hold on for a little bit more, but now we're getting into the outro. I think China might have secured a break point.
Yeah, and I think that start as well from coming off Sunny not really helping the Philippines from right on the get-go in this chart.
Now, worth noting as well that this team score from Philippines is way better than their team score yesterday. So they did perform a lot better, but not knowing China's team score, they have pulled off an absolutely monstrous one. 2 full combos, so 1 full combo for either team. But Satori's may as well have been another full combo there. That was just a tiny intro miss in the first 100 notes.
Yeah. Also, just noting, Sunny's breaks were LN breaks as well. That could have been a full combo if they were able to just maintain just that hole just a tiny bit more. It could have been different in a way. As we see China now going for Clover, now bidding to extend their advantage by at least one more chart.
Yeah, Clover being a good pick as well. I do think China lost this one against Japan, but that said, that is Japan. So losing a Rice pick against Japan is nothing to really, not really a good tell. You know, you're not a bad team if you lose to Japan on a Rice pick.
And especially for a team that is actually capable of keeping up with them in a way. And Turk's already mentioning, like, hoping to get a full combo on this chart this time around.
I mean, the fact that you can even pray to get a full combo in the first place, that's kind of telling that we might see some very good scores on Team China here. This is one that we've seen quite a lot of misses. I don't know if we've seen much in the way of like full combos so far on Clover. But we'll have to see how this one pans out. Yeah, in fact, we haven't actually seen any full combos on this map so far this round.
Here we go. We actually saw a very early 200 there from both Oji-san and Sunny, but Chingji Ding finding a pretty uncharacteristic drop right there. So that does mean that the Philippines will maintain an extremely small lead as China is starting to pull on it with their accuracy.
That is a miss though from Sunny again, and they're going to manage to bring it back is China. So one miss for each team now, but the accuracy lead well in favor of China. We see Turks beating out Kura, Chingji Ding beating out Sunny in terms of the accuracy. So this 4,000 point lead going to stick around for just now.
Yeah, and Sunny finding yet another drop, and that should stretch China's lead by a bit more. China really doing very well in these Rice charts. That accuracy showing itself. A slight drop there from Chingji Ding, but even with that, like it's basically 0.5%, being 0.5% ahead here from Sunny. Just going to continue stretching this lead in China's favor.
Yeah, we're seeing this pattern, this trend continue with Kura kind of matching the top score from China every single match, every single map it feels like, but the second players on China are really putting in the work here. Chingji Ding's still above 99% and is holding on to just that single very early miss. So this lead over time starting to grow more and more because of this accuracy. Even though Sunny has managed to recover a little bit, it's not quite enough to match up with Chingji Ding, but that is a miss. for both players actually, from Sunny and Xingqiting traded.
Relatively messy, actually just around the same level of accuracy drop from both of these players, only dropping a tenth. Both of them. Sunny slowly trying to get back into the 99.6 level, and that miss is going to make that a bit harder. Like these bursts really attacking Sunny right now, as we still maintain full combos in this multiplayer room, entering the final quarter of the. All right. As we enter the final quarter of this chart.
No full combos we're going to be seeing. Both of those breaking at the exact same time, but both very clean misses overall, so it's not going to impact the score whatsoever. It is going to be still 25,000 points. Xingqiting finding a miss towards the end here, but finding actually a lot of misses from Team China. This lead is going to start shrinking, but there's just not enough time left in the map.
Yeah, I don't think those misses even matter at all in the grand scheme of things. That the lead is just a bit too big really for the Philippines to catch up on. And Sunny sealing yet another miss. But yeah, China in the lead, 3-1. Also, Turks kind of missing out on full combo again live on match.
Yeah, these rice picks not working out in favor of Philippines here. China's definitely looking like the stronger rice team, at least at this stage of the tournament. And I think Philippines are going to really have to put in the work on their own picks now. They're going to have to win all of theirs if they want to claw their way back in, because they're still down one break point. They cannot afford to lose a second break point against a team like China. And I wonder which one they go for. There's a few more hybrids. Maybe even the hybrids, I think, might be a good shout out here, given how well they performed on Hybrid 2.
Well, there you go. They're not going for hybrids for the meantime. They're going for one of the best songs in the entire World Cup. Quote unquote.
Ooh, I'm not sure about this pick, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Maybe the Philippines just knows something that we don't. They might be relying on the slower LNs actually. I mean, considering that China banned LN2 as well, but I might be grasping at straws here.
No, but see, here's the thing. That's all well and good in a regular match, but they've played this. Both teams have played this before yesterday.
Yeah.
And what I can say is that China had one miss between the both of them.
Yeah.
They had a full combo and a one miss score, and I can't realistically look at these scores from both of these teams and say that Philippines are favored to win. I think China is looking ridiculously strong at a map like this. That said, wait, was that a miss from... Okay, there's one miss already from Van Welder, I think. It's like the first note.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of weird, but that won't matter in the grand scheme of things, though.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the first note, it doesn't really count as a combo break, I guess. It doesn't really affect the score too much.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no combo break in the first place, if that's the first note. I think we're going to be seeing a pretty interesting dynamic here. Van Welder and Sunny's accuracies especially. Like, both of these players should be neck on charts like this. I think same goes for Satori and Korra.
Yeah, I think the key difference really is going to be whether or not Sunny can keep up with the other players from China as well. I know Kura can definitely put off. We can see right now Kura with the highest accuracy, highest score in the lobby. Sunny with a miss though, and that's going to help out Team China just a little bit.
I think something to note, what keeps this close in particular is Korra almost getting at 99.6 level. Sunny not that behind Van Welder's accuracy as well. So we still have a really long chart ahead of us.
Yeah, this is definitely a long one, and the accuracy matters quite a lot. Right now, it looks like the accuracy is just about even, but with Sunny dropping a little bit more, down to that 99% flat, Van Wilder is increasing the ACK over time very well. So this is going to be a little bit of an ACK lead for China, but not by much at all. Kura is still holding the highest accuracy in the lobby, and that is doing in a massive amount of work for Philippines right now. 3,000 points. That is one miss difference,
Oh,
and
that's
Van
a really-
Wilder.
That's a really bad drop at the start of this quote-unquote break section.
We have seen so many misses in this break section. This is not a break section. This is a full-on like coordination fest. LN release timing. We can see some more 200s from a few players in those sections as well. It is not a time where you want to calm down.
Yeah, I guess we could call it the break section because it's just assured that somebody will break in there or
Yeah,
something like that.
The combo break section.
Yeah. But China is barely maintaining a lead right now. The accuracy from Van Wilder actually making some of the difference, but now the combo from the Philippines is starting to kick in a little bit. Will they
flickering
be
back and
able to
forth.
maintain this though?
Yeah, they have to maintain this one here, and it's actually Satori dropping in accuracy a little bit that's resulted in Philippines taking a tiny little bit of lead, because now Kura has the accuracy lead 0.2% above everyone else in the lobby right now.
But still, this is really, really close.
Yeah, Van Wilder is still beating out Sani, but by just a little bit.
Like,
And-
you don't have like a few hundred score difference in charts like this. What the heck?
We're in the last section of the map, by the way, just last quarter, last fifth of the map, and a little bit of an act drop from Sani that's caused this 1,000 point lead swing towards China, but Satori, that was the full combo from Team China missing, and Philippines are going to start to take a little bit of a lead at the very end of this map. There's
And then
Van Wilder
Clover.
as well.
Yeah, the Philippines has the prime chance to snatch this point away. Sani finally finding 2 consecutive rounds, 3 consecutive rounds. This is still going to be super close.
Oh my god, Philippines cannot afford any misses whatsoever anymore. They're still holding the lead by about 2,000 points. But this act from Sani is just high enough, and Kura with the full combo. 980k. That, I think, is the highest score on this map that we have seen all weekend. And a monstrous performance there from Kura, managing to take the point. Massive improvement in team score from Philippines. China missing a few more times than they did yesterday, and I was not sure about this pick, but I guess if it works, it works.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, this is more like an inside joke in the PH community in a way. But every single time there's a Nanahira song in the pool, it's almost always going to be favoring practically any 7K player in PH. So I guess finally the Nanahira buff working out for them.
Philippines Nanahira buff. Okay. Picking for song, the song buff. It works sometimes.
Yeah.
Mapper nationality buff is also a thing that could have potentially played in for that one there.
Now, China hoping to stretch their lead once again, going for Rise 7. And I think this is going to be a really good pick for them regardless.
Yeah, these Rice maps have looked very strong from China. This one should also be a pretty strong pick overall. China have had the accuracy lead overall as a team. So this being a 4-minute long map, that act lead is going to matter quite a lot. Even if there are a few misses from China, they can just maintain the lead off of the accuracy. Meanwhile, Philippines are going to have to hold on to their combos a lot more. I think the pressure especially is on Sani right now to try and avoid those misses, trying to eliminate as much of this act lead from China as possible by keeping up. But a very difficult map this one is, so easier said than done.
We'll see though, once the main difficulty with chart really kicks in. Like you mentioned, the second player dynamic will be the one that we need to really pay attention to.
And on Team China, it's been more of a consistent team performance on these Rice maps so far. Turks and Jing both very good,
Ooh.
but there's an early miss there. Still high
Very-
accuracy for Ding.
You know, it's a pretty uncharacteristic miss.
There goes Sani's combo as well, and it's going to be a lead for Team China,
there you go.
2,000 points.
China now going to be stretching the lead as we've seen throughout the, at least what we saw from Moongate as well. But Chingli then finding a drop, transitioning into these score decks. Actually, 2 good consecutive drops.
And that
Ooh,
might
just
be
let it go.
enough. But the accuracy lead still in favor of China. We can see Turks is actually beating Kura's accuracy while Qingxi Ding is beating Sani's accuracy. It's all in these individual misses. So Philippines cannot afford misses whatsoever if they want to maintain this lead. And in fact, if the map goes on long enough, I think even this lead is probably going to switch over back to China.
Yeah, like the lead is becoming smaller and smaller by the second now. And China is slowly letting the score flicker towards their side.
Yeah, Sani dropping in accuracy a little bit more, but Qingxi Ding does as well. Oh, those are a lot of 200s there on the side of China. Kura now actually beating Turks in accuracy, and Sani is keeping within 0.1% with Qingxi Ding. So with those misses earlier, the Philippines have kind of fixed their act disadvantage in this short section. But there's a miss from Sani, and that might just undo the entire lead they've been keeping on to. 1,000 points now in favor of China, and it's still a 1 miss difference. Oh,
And there you go, a drop from Turks as well. That's their best score, Qingxi Ding as well. Oh boy, we have a match.
Oh, the double miss comes in. The combo's still going strong for Philippines, and now 3,000 points. It's still not that safe. Sani finds a miss, but that's a clean one. It might not quite be enough for China to take the lead, or maybe it is.
Yeah, a few 200s from Sani leading into that miss as well, but the score difference is still super close.
Yeah, Sani has to build up the accuracy back up to try and match Qingxi Ding as much as possible. 2,000 points still within, and a really rough section there from Sani, trading misses. And there goes Kura. The full combo from Philippines is gone, and that is going to benefit Team China quite a lot.
Yeah, and I think the Philippines also needs a really massive breakdown from Turks as well. Like, this lead is starting to become a little bit too big to catch up on.
Yeah, Sani really dropping that accuracy down to 98.4. Qingxi Ding almost beating out by 0.5% there, but that is a miss from Qingxi Ding. It's only 7,000 points. This map, there's still a very decent amount of it left. Still a minute left just about, so plenty of opportunity for this 7,000 point lead to shrink. But Philippines going to have to hold on to their combos. They're going to have to hope for more mistakes from China.
Yeah, the lead is just stabilizing around that 7,000, 8,000 level. China already starting to stretch it as we see just a tad bit more accuracy drops here from Sani. Turks actually catching up now to Kura's accuracy as well. And there you go, another drop from Sandy. And this might be it. This might be the nail in the coffin for this thing, for this chart.
Yeah, Ak is dropping for Sani. Ak is increasing for Qingxi Ding, and that is going to do it. The very close call towards the end of this map, but it looks like even if there is going to be misses in this last section here, it's not going to matter. As China managed to just barely pick up their own pick here, but it is looking scarier and scarier as the match moves forward.
And Turks, what is that score?
Yeah, 979k managing to get the MVP of the lobby there. Only the 1 miss. I think Kura also only had that 1 miss, but having multiple of them at the same time means that Turks will just about win in terms of the accuracy. Yeah, 4-2. So both teams winning most of their picks. It is only that 1 breakpoint that's separating these two teams right now. China winning the 1 breakpoint earlier on. So Philippines still have to be winning their own picks, and they're going to, at some point, hope for a breakpoint against China on one of those last Rice maps.
But like the further this goes though, like the amount of picks that they will have left is going to be smaller. Like, it's going to be very tight for them. Let's just put it that way.
And we're seeing LN1 being picked up here by the Philippines, and this is another one that I would have said maybe a few maps ago, I would have said this is not a very good pick for Philippines, but now that I'm seeing the two teams play, just for context, China did end up beating Philippines' team score by about 6,000 points. So not by much at all. But what we have been seeing so far in this match is that Philippines have been beating their team scores from yesterday, while China have been missing just a little bit more. So if that trend continues, Philippines could manage to win this one out. Here we go. Of course, China seeing yet another full team swap, Van Wilder and Satori being their main LN players for this final stage. Whereas Kura and Sani have been staying in for quite a few maps in a row now.
Actually, now that we enter this part of the match, actually something to mention that we haven't really seen Arona coming for the Philippines in these LN picks. And actually, I think I received word somewhere that they might be injured going into this match, which is very unfortunate for them. It might be the reason why you might be seeing Sani coming for these picks. Though I'm very aware that Sani is actually very comfortable with these harder charts as well in general for these pools. But as it stands, the accuracy we're seeing here from China actually doing very well.
Yeah, Satori in particular holding above Kura, best in the lobby right now, and that's what's keeping their ACK lead in front. Sani is not too far behind Van Wilder, but that one miss definitely does help China out. Only 4,000 points, and first half of the map looking like most players are fairly comfortable with these patterns, at least so far.
And China has stretched that lead from that sequence. Pretty surprising here from Oji-san as well, not really carrying that much accuracy for this chart. Losing a bit as well on these reverse shield.
Yeah, and even more, Kura dropping below 99% accuracy now, 98.8, while China fares a little bit better on those patterns, so now this ACK lead is growing in favor of China. They still have the 2 full combos as well.
Yeah, China really showing their prowess now. Showing who's the better noodle country in this matchup, I'd say. But Satori finding a drop, it's still not going to be enough though, especially with the remaining time of this chart.
Yeah, I mean, the drop doesn't really matter. Look at the accuracy. Satori way above everyone else. I think Satori is on pace for MVP even with that drop. I don't think it matters whatsoever. And both of the accuracies on the Philippines below 99%. They need a collapse immediately from Team China if they want to come back into this one at all. But China just looking that much more comfortable with these types of patterns.
And I mean, I'm just speechless now. Van Wilder and Satori finding drops in the end though. But that doesn't really matter as China pick up their 5th point in a row with really ridiculous scores in this LN release chart.
Yeah, we can see very close scores from most of the players here. 963, 963, 967 from Van Wilder as well. But it is Satori with that accuracy. That's really what carried the team score for China here. 973, only 10k above the players from Philippines. But that is significant when we're talking about 2 teams at this level. And China managing to pick up another break point. This is 5-2 now in favor of China. They need 2 more points, and Philippines need to win 2 break points off of China when they have looked so good at these Rice maps. That's going to be a difficult feat.
Now it's time for China to bid for that match point.
This is going to be a tough decision though, coming up here. We have all of those, mixed Rice, all of the more physical, the technical picks of the Rice pool all gone. We have the 3 most straightforward skill sets left in the pool, of the Rice pool that is, being the 2 Quad Stream picks and the Quad Jack. So these are ones that you can imagine Team Philippines might also be decently comfortable on if they can hold the combo. And it looks like they are going with Rise 3, but they're going with the faster of the Quad Stream. And I think that makes sense given how we saw China perform on Moongate.
And now China going for Campanella, and I think this is a really good pick coming from them. Like just build up from the advantage that we saw from Moongate. Though again, it does present some risks. Though I think we're ripe for some really ridiculous scores yet again.
Yeah, I don't. We're not seeing the same thing that we saw last match. That's definitely not on the table here. Maybe we might see one or two very good scores. We have some fantastic players in the lobby, of course, but 227 BPM. Even if it is only 2 minutes long, this is going to be very hard to maintain and to be able to combo through all the double stare patterns. Very terrifying types of patterns to players like me who are not very good at the game, but we'll see how the players here in the lobby fare on this level of speed.
And there you go, Sunny immediately finding a drop on that burst. But again, it's still very early in this chart. There's only 2 minutes though. It might matter in the end if for some reason China manages to maintain full combos as well on their side.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Sunny right now to build up that accuracy. That is the main thing. Early enough miss so that it doesn't matter too much. But this accuracy being below 99%. Ding actually drops the accuracy down to the low 99s as well. So there is some accuracy being caught up for Team Philippines here. But another miss from Sunny, that's going to help out. That was a huge miss, actually. 98.8 down to 98.1. And this lead now for China is going to start growing very big.
Yeah, like it's so easy to find rushes in charts like this, especially if you just cannot control your hands at this speed. Again, 227 BPM. Like say if this was 4K, maybe this is well within their comfort zone, but this is 7K where you are presented with a lot more notes, a lot more things to consider as we find Ding as well, finding a very massive drop, almost dropping the below 99%. But we see Turks and Odisan, Kura with really good full combos, mind you.
Yeah, Turks and Kura both matching each other. This accuracy between them is basically dead even. Obviously both with a full combo as well. It's just the battle right now between the bottom two players, and Sunny finding another miss there. It's Ding in the lead in that battle. As we're getting into the last second of the chart here, Ding does drop below 99%, but still above accuracy.
Yeah, this is going to be a really ridiculous team score from China regardless of what happens in the end as he enter the final section of this chart. Just relentless 227 BPM chord streams. But are we going to see two full combos in the end? We are.
The full combo for both of the top players. Very similar scores. Those are clean. 17 200s and 12 200s respectively for those two players up there above 980k for both of them. And it is one based on Ding just performing a little bit better. Accuracies ended up being fairly close between those bottom two players, but the miscount is what really ended up doing it there. And China is going to win on their own pick. They're taking it to match point early now, 6-2.
And the defending champions on the verge of elimination before they even reach the podium. China with a very, very, very open pool in front of them. But for the meantime, it's the Philippines that will be bidding to extend this match by at least one more chart.
Yeah, we've got one LN pick left. We've got two hybrids. I think hybrids... I mean, of course, the other two hybrids, very different maps to Hybrid 2, but with how good Philippines looked on Hybrid 2, I think it's at least worth a shot for one of those. Only one LN map, and I don't think Philippines wants to go for the Rice whatsoever.
Yeah, and considering that stamina is possibly going to be a factor in this match now, like, we're already ahead of the seven chart difference really. Like, I'd say like this is a message really for everyone watching the 70 World Cup. Like, these pools are ridiculously hard that even the top players, while they're pulling off really ridiculous scores, like, this is no joke. Like, us in the commentary booth are just in awe Like there are still people capable of playing the stuff you're seeing right now. So
Yeah,
please support everyone you're seeing here.
Yeah, these players are just way above everyone else. These are maps that anyone below the skill level of these are all like, you know, we're thinking about like top 50 global leaderboard players, the best of the best here. As we're getting into the top 4, every single one of these players is straight up just absurd at the game. Any other lower team that has been eliminated from, they would be struggling on these picks here, and that is why these are the teams left in the tournament at this stage. And I think this one is going to be an interesting pick. I think this is probably a good pick here from the Philippines. Out of the maps remaining, you definitely don't want to go to the Rice. The LN hasn't quite been working out for Philippines, but the hybrids are going to be a little bit of a wild card here. We are going to be seeing one of these mixed rosters here from Team China, Turks and Van Wilder. Turks being mostly the Rice player, while Van Wilder's been playing the LNs. We'll see if there's any discomfort in some of these patterns for them.
And the Philippines will be maintaining their main duo for for what has been this entire match, except for one chart, Oji-san and Sani. I'd say this might be a bit more comfortable for Sani. Like, the Rice picks really giving them lots of problems. We see a drop from Sani on that bracket though, but their accuracy is way cleaner this time around.
And there's trade and misses there. Both players missing. Both fairly clean misses from both Van Wilder and Sani. So this lead is still 3,000 points in favor of China off the back of Turk's Ak and nothing else.
Yeah, and I just have to mention, Sani is actually performing better than Van Wilder as it stands. And the lead is slowly starting to decrease a bit. But Turks and Oji-san, that main player battle will be playing out until the very end of this chart, and it might be more really of who's able to maintain their composure until the very end.
But look at this, Turks now dropping accuracy and dropping combo as well, but there goes Kura at the same time.
Sani as well, finding a drop. No more full combos left in the Philippines side. Well, we have a chart, Van Wilder actually hitting having a pretty wide hit distribution as well. So this is going to be really close. Sani needs to maintain that composure, though that miss is not going to help them.
But still actually holding the lead above Van Wilder's accuracy, and now Kura with the higher accuracy over Turks. This Ak is in the favor of Philippines, so one miss more than enough to swing it back over to Philippines side, but China's holding onto a 1,000 point lead. Wait, it's shrinking. It might go over to Philippines just due to this accuracy as the accuracy drops from Turks continue, dropping down to 99.2, and it looks like Philippines are starting to take a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, this is a really good sign for the Philippines. Van Wilder actually hitting pretty early and there's a drop.
And that might have just sealed the deal there. Van Wilder with another drop at the end, 13,000 points, clawing their way back. Philippines is with the accuracy alone. Kura is by far the MVP here, 983k on this pick.
And Sani outscoring the Van Wilder as well for basically covering this time the second player. Sani possibly finding second wind in this chart.
And they've looked so good on the hybrids. I think the hybrids have to be the solution here for the Philippines. They have one potential pick left in this match, and I think their pick from now on should be obvious after that performance.
But they go for Setchang. China is going for Rice too.
Also note that China's managed to connect 4. Congratulations. But other than that, this is definitely going to be a strong pick for China. We saw how Campanella went, and this one, of course, being another one of these chord stream picks, albeit very different in style. This one way denser. We're going to see much bigger chords happening at a little bit of a slower BPM. So maybe if the BPM was the problem for Philippines in the previous map, this one might fare a little bit better for them.
And what makes this funny as well is that if the Philippines manage to win this, I presume they should go for Hybrid 3. And it might be weird to see this, but Volset Bar might actually not be played in this match.
Potentially.
Yeah. But the Philippines has their work cut out for them. They have the score breakpoint, and that early miss from Oji-san might not help them in the long run.
It's early enough so that it shouldn't make too much of a dent in the score. Accuracy should be very quick to build up here for Kura. And this lead, only 2,000 points, nothing too big of a deal just yet. But we're starting with a little bit of these patterns, these dense patterns coming in here. Everyone looking okay on them so far. A little bit of an act drop for both Qingqiding and Sani, but still holding on fairly well. And Kura actually, this accuracy's got shot straight up now, matching Turk's accuracy already for the top in the lobby.
And there's a drop from Qingqiding that is going to help the cause of the Philippines here. And Qingqiding, 2 consecutive drops. This is surprising coming from Qingqiding.
Yeah, maybe the stamina as the match has gone on, starting to get to him there. And a little bit of a lead now. Sani with a quite large accuracy advantage over Qingqiding. That's over 0.5%. And of course, we still have Turks and Kura matching the accuracies of each other, as has been the pattern in every single one of these Rice maps.
But we'll see if this will stay the same as we enter the main meat of the chart now. Another 200 there from Qingqiding, dropping them to below 99%.
Oh, but there goes Sani's accuracy, dropping a lot of 200s now in this dense section here. Down to 99.0, but still holding above Qingqiding. This is going to maintain the lead as long as the combos are maintained, but Qingqiding is the one that finds the combo break first.
Yeah, this is a really good side for Philippines. Yet another trade from Qingqiding and Sani. Actually, Oji-san now maintaining the best accuracy as well. Just hold on for the Philippines. Just needs to hold on to extend this match by one more shot, and they will. I think they actually do. They actually do.
Oh, that got very close towards the end. The accuracy lead between Sani and Qingqiding actually completely flattened out at the end there. But the misses earlier. This is a combo game. Philippines managed to hold on to this one, and I think they're right back into this match now.
I think they are. Also, just noting, what is that ratio from Oji-san? From Kura? Actually, best ratio overall.
Way better. We can see that is almost half the amount of the second best ratio in the lobby, which is crazy to see. That earlier miss did not matter whatsoever for Kura's final score there, despite Turks getting the FC, of course. And now they have a choice. There's 3 maps left in the pool. I think this should be fairly straightforward. I think Philippines looking very good on the hybrids. But wait. No.
Wait.
No. What is going on? This was the last map. I thought China was gonna pick this for sure. After what is going on here?
I am not sure if this is a good thing.
This is interesting. Okay, like hear me out here. Okay, let's just turn back the clock a little bit, right? Last map, we just saw it, right? Sechiang. Philippines won that. That's a fairly dense map. There's a lot of chords in that map, right? There's a lot of dense chords here. There's a lot of dense chords in this map as well. If you think about it, it's like the same thing, but without the little notes in between.
But that's the thing, though. The little notes in between makes such a really different chart. Like, sure, there are the little notes in between, but they're still in the same column.
Hey, I'm reaching here. I'm trying to... Look, it might work. Look at this. Early miss from Qingqiding right out the start. Maybe Philippines sensing a little bit of tiredness coming from the side of Qingqiding in particular here. And that's going to give them a little bit of an early lead, but we've seen misses come very fast in this map. Very easy to lose yourself in these chords.
We'll see though. We'll see though, especially once the main, like the super dense parts of this chart actually like really kick in. Like this lead is not safe at all.
4,000 points, very tiny. We've seen like 20,000 point swings when we get into the meat of this chart in particular. And the accuracy lead is in favor of Philippines, but it's shrinking ever so slightly as Ching Chi-ding gets that accuracy back up from that earlier miss.
Sunny though, finding the first drop.
Very
for the
clean
Philippines.
miss. But that's another miss actually. Two misses. Accuracy still in favor of Philippines overall, but the two misses are going to help out China. There's Ching Chi-ding at the very start. There's Turks as well. Missing in the harder parts there. That's a bigger accuracy drop for Team China. And now 6,000 points in the lead as Philippines. They're going to need to hold on to these combos.
Yeah, Ching Chi-ding finding yet another drop as well. 2 consecutive drops. And the Philippines is starting to stretch that lead, going, like, getting through this really dense part of the chart now. Both players on the Philippines side really holding on very well. Ching Chi-ding finding this section really troublesome for them.
And something that I've almost never seen this on a core jack pick, but Sani is holding on to the combo while losing accuracy throughout that whole section, but manages to maintain that combo through the entire hard section. And now 21,000 points. This is a big lead for Team Philippines as we're getting into the last quarter of the map. Maybe they knew something that we didn't, because this is working.
Turns out this is a really good pick.
Turks finding misses now as well. China are not comfortable at all on these chords. It looks like Philippines, at least in the combo side of things, are crushing this right now. Sani is maintaining the same accuracy as Ching Chi-ding, but this score from Sani is way above Ching Chi-ding's right now, just because of this combo.
And this really plays into the Philippines' hand as well, because there's only LN3 and Hybrid 3 remaining in the pools. 2 picks we presume that the Philippines will be having an advantage on as well. We have a match, folks.
This has turned fully on its head. 1-200 from Kura. He is on fire so far this match. I might need to go back and check. I think Kura's almost had the MVP in every map so far. I think there's only been maybe around like 2 maps that Kura hasn't been MVP for. But this is a performance right now. We have our last pick. There is only 1 pick left from China, but it's not a very comfortable one for them. That was the last Rice map. There are no Rice maps left. They have to choose between LN and Hybrid, and I can only assume that the LN map is the one that's coming out here.
Also, massive shoutouts here for Sani as well. Finding second wind. Like, really showing up now what makes them. And just to note, Sani is the reigning defending Philippine national champion for a reason. I have to say that because I think there have been doubters about this guy going into this World Cup as well.
And here we have it. China picking Rice all map long is now forced to pick something else because there are no more Rice maps left in the pool. LN3 is the one that's coming out, another 2-minute long map.
And this is going to be a really, really tense chart, if anything.
I think the advantage here might be in favor of Team China, based mostly off the fact that we have not seen Satori and Van Wilder come in for a while. They may have been keeping fresh, practicing these picks on the side, keeping up warm, not losing their stamina.
Yeah, and you mentioned like there you go, Odisa actually finding a very early drop. Okay, it's very early, but this is a 2-minute pick. Sani finding a drop yet as well. Satori and Van Wilder will be, as you mentioned, are going to be super in form. And I think that might be the reason as well they avoided Hybrid 3.
Yeah,
But
and here we see
close.
Satori in the lead with that accuracy, actually matching Kura's accuracy right now. So both of them just about tied as far as the score goes. Van Wilder, though, also holding on to that 99.4, and Sani now building up the accuracy as well. These accuracies are very, very close between the 4 players. It's just those earlier misses coming out of the Philippines. 5,000 points, and it feels like this lead is shrinking over time. There might be just enough time for Philippines to manage to bring it back just of accuracy alone as Kura approaches 99.6, but Sani and Van Wilder.
I've been mentioning that the Philippines needs to maintain that consistency. That trade will still play into their favor as Audrey said, oh, that's an unfortunate drop.
Clean
It's
miss
on
there,
as
but
well.
Sandy finding the misses and repeated misses there. Maintains the accuracy, still 99.3, matching Van Wilder, and Van Wilder takes a bit of an accuracy hit. But the combos are just better in favor of China. It's still only 7,000 points, but we're running out of time now. Only a quarter of the map left. There's a messy miss from Van Wilder. That might be enough for Philippines to come back into this one. And Satori, the full combo is gone.
Wow, what are we seeing here?
They might be doing
seeing a
it.
tiebreaker. We might be seeing a tiebreaker. Satori fighting yet another drop, and the Philippines is stretching the lead. They're running and running, slurping these noodles. The defending champions are not yet down. They will be forcing a tiebreaker in this match.
This is a wild last few maps to have come out. Philippines, I thought that was over. I thought China had that one in that map, but the end just not favoring the combos on China, and Kura putting up yet another insane performance. 980k again. And who wins the tiebreaker? We have the
I have no
tiebreaker being
idea.
played.
I have no idea who is the advantage here. Absolutely no idea.
I mean, the advantage might be in favor of Kura. I don't know which team has the advantage, but Kura certainly does.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a hot streak from Philippines. They have the momentum. China being pushed to the limits here. And this is such an important match as well. Reminder that the winner of this one last tiebreaker map guarantees themselves top 3 for the podium finish. Whoever loses this one ends the tournament in 4th place.
Yeah, and like before we start, just a reminder, if you want to show your support to these teams, you may decorate your profile using the Ultimate 7K World Cup Team Support banners. Again, if you can buy all 24 of them, if you want to, like even the teams that have been eliminated in this World Cup, you can get them on your profile. Obviously, the teams remaining in the tournament, show your support to them, regardless if it's your country of origin or a country of your favorite players. Please do so.
Absolutely. And this is a long one as well, 6.5 minutes. I mentioned earlier, a couple maps ago, that I think Kura's gotten almost all the MVPs. I just went and checked. Kura's gotten 10 out of 12 MVPs in this match so far. Absolutely a monstrous performance here. But tiebreaker is a different beast. We'll see if the likes of Turks, and we're actually seeing Ching Ding coming in for this one. A player that's been reserved for Rice only so far in the match is going to be subbed in instead of the likes of Van Wilder, who what I would have expected coming in. But we'll see how they perform.
It's most likely to cover for like the super Rice heavy section in this tiebreaker. It might be possible that China sees the chart in that angle. Meanwhile, the Philippines maintaining this duo. Sunny finding a drop on that chord jack hit. But yeah, this is 6 minutes and 30 seconds of pure jazz, orchestral jazz fusion. Feel free to jam with us in this tiebreaker as we find Ching Ding trading that miss as well.
Yeah, it looks like accuracy is basically tied between Ching Ding and Sani as well after those misses. But actually, hang on a second, that was a client miss from Ching Ding. They still have 2 full combos on the side of China. So they have a 1,000 point lead just about, and Sani finding a second drop there. That's going to increase that lead in favor of China, but not by too much because Kura still has that accuracy advantage over Turks by a little bit. There's a real miss from Ching Ding.
There you go. But it wasn't too much of a drop for Ching Ding however, but they are starting to drop accuracy in these LNs. Actually, Ching Ding hitting pretty early, if I'm looking at the hit distribution correctly.
And this is still 2,000 points. This is a negligible difference in the team score. Turks and Kura still with the full combos so far, but Kura winning out in that ACK battle, and Ching Ding and Turks both finding a miss. This score lead, I think, is starting to flick over towards Philippines. I think this is enough for them to take it, but the accuracy maybe... Oh my god, no way. 200 points.
Oh,
and
this
there's another
actually
miss.
fighting it. So, no more full combos left, and as it stands, the accuracy still favors China.
Yeah, we can see with that
That's
miss from
equal.
Kura now. Kura and Turks both about tied in terms of the accuracy. There's another miss from Kura. And it's going to be Ching Ding winning against Sunny in terms of that accuracy. Sunny hitting a little bit early on most of these patterns. And there's another miss from Sunny, another miss from Kura as well. This lead is starting to grow for China, reaching 10,000 points.
But Ching Ding is finding a few drops as well from their end. Like this start is far from over. We're only a third of this start through. Like anything can still happen from this point, as we see Turks actually a pretty substantial combo, mid 99.1 accuracy from their end.
But look at what's happening now. Kura dropping in accuracy over time. We're seeing quite a few misses coming from Kura's side in this second quarter of the map. And now Turks with a definite score lead over Kura. And
Yeah,
that's
and
most of where this is coming from. I think Sunny and Ching Ding have a fairly similar score overall.
Okay, Ching Ding's accuracy as well, playing in China's favor, as well as we see Turks and Sunny trading into this LN section. Turks actually dropping accuracy pretty fast now. Kura slowly recovering their accuracy, already at 99% and basically tying up with Turks.
Yeah, that lead from Turks now pretty much gone after those few misses from Turks. LN section seeming like they're favoring Philippines by a little bit. But now more Rice and Korjak. Hang on a second, maybe Korjak also favors Philippines.
And there you go, Ching Ding finding some drops there.
Yeah,
But
traded
Sunny-
by Sunny. But this might be favoring Philippines a little bit. 6,000 points is not a very big lead. We still have half the map left. We are still so far away from the end, and 6,000 points can just disappear in the flash of an eye. Especially look at these jacks with the spacebar notes here are absolutely evil. And I can't believe we're seeing everyone combo through it there. A trade from Sunny and Ching Ding.
The lead is actually stretching a little bit towards China's favor in this section, which is a really good sign for them. Turks and Odisha. I am not going to mention those things for a good while. For the meantime, as we enter this coordination section, and Turks dropping their combo.
That transition into the LN's really rough for Team China there, and now this lead is shrinking. 4,000 points. Turks finds
And there
another
you go.
miss. 3,000 points, but Sunny's
And
trading
Sunny.
it back.
Yeah, there's still a quarter of a chart remaining, and the Philippines need something to happen now for their end, like to snatch the lead now, because the time is going to start running out for them.
But these
But the
LNs are
lead-
looking good for Philippines. Turks
Really
and Ching
good for
Ding
them.
both. This is 1,000 point. This might
Oh,
flick
the-
over to the Philippines. They're taking
And
it
the Phil-
back. China needs to hold on to their combos right now. And Sunny,
And
Ching
Sunny-
Ding.
Ching took a second drops from Ching and Sadi as well. Oh, this is going to be so close. Kura finding a drop.
Oh my god, 2,000 points. There's no
Oh
way
my
the
God.
misses are trading back and forth, but it feels like China has the advantage. The accuracy ending up a little bit in their favor, even with all of those misses.
Yeah, the misses actually favored China. We see like a lot of accuracy drops coming from the Philippines over that sequence, but a drop from Ching Ding will make this close, but Sunny trades it, unfortunately. Oh man, this is still going to be super close. Like there's still a few more, like a few hundred notes remain in this chart. Like this is still going to be super close. We're just around the 4,000 score difference. Ching finding yet another drop. Watching on trading though. Oh man, this is going to be really close.
4,000 points. We're reaching the end of the map here. Any large collapse from either team could just decide it right here, right now. We're at the very last minute of the map. And 5,000 points, no one messing up that jack. That was a massive
Oh,
section that
Ching
could have...
oh, that's a late miss. That's a late miss.
Oh
And
my God,
Ching
Turks!
hurts as well.
Oh no.
man.
Oh no. China. What? No. Don't do this at the end. It's flicking back and forth. 1,000
No,
points.
no.
Not even but 3 misses.
Don't do this one. Don't do
How are
this
you
one.
doing this?
Oh, man.
No.
What is
400
this?
points in
What is
favor of
this?
Philippines as we're in the last seconds. Who's gonna win? This is a dice roll. Turks missing at the end.
Oh my god!
That did it.
Wow! What
Philippines
is
managed to win by 1,000 points at the very end. That miss from Turks might just have made the entire difference. That is heartbreaking for Team China.
Oh my heart! Oh my gosh! What was that?
How has this
it's-
been so close?
Wow! That, I think, is possibly the best ending for an Oceania 7K World Cup match ever. Like,
Not even
wow.
close. That was incredible. And Kura once
Of
again,
course.
MVP 966k, needed every single one of those points to manage to come out ahead, and that was a comeback performance in the match from the team of the Philippines. They are going to put their ticket in. They are guaranteed top 3, and the podium is decided now. We have South Korea, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and all that is left to decide is what the order is of those 3 teams in the final standings. China were so close. This felt like their year. Felt like their year that they could go all the way to grand finals, but just 1,000 points short at the end.
Yeah, not this time for China. That's really unfortunate for them. But man, hats off to them. Like, again, they have the players capable of making the run. This could have been it. But congratulations to the Philippines.
I'm speechless after that.
Yeah, I can't talk. Like, here's the thing. I need to talk a bit more because we still have one more thing to do in this commentary booth. But man, there you go. You mentioned the podium. We're going to have a repeat of the 2023 7K World Cup podium.
And
I have no other words,
my god.
man.
That was a ridiculous match coming out. Congratulations to both teams. I think both teams could be insanely proud of how they performed this tournament. But unfortunately, only 3 teams can make it there. And it just...
Oh, man.
It feels so bad for China because this is the second tiebreaker that they've lost. They lost to Malaysia as well in a tiebreaker, insanely close match. But just barely not managing to make the podium here. Congratulations to Philippines, of course. And that will be the last match that we see this weekend. Of course, there is only one stream left, and it is going to be coming very, very shortly. We are going to be seeing the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase in just a little bit. So make sure you stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll be taking a short break, trying to calm our nerves a little bit, because it became quite tense here in the booth as well. This is Surf 85 at Potassium F. We'll see you guys later in the Grand Finals Map Pool Showcase.
I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence.
Welcome back, everyone, to the finals week of the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2022. We're here with the one and only winners finals between two of the already guaranteed podium teams, South Korea versus Malaysia, seed number 1 versus seed number 3. I'm Potassium F here, casting alongside Surf Chew. How are you looking forward to this match?
Funny you mentioned 2022 in the intro. We are in 2024 right now, but it's kind of fitting because this is exactly the winners bracket final of the 2022 7K World Cup.
Yeah, and a return also, a lot of similar players from that time as well. Malaysia, of course, having their two-man team has basically stayed the same for the past, basically as long as I can remember almost. Chimmy and Neo are a frightening duo, and they've managed to get through with some outstanding performance. I know everyone that kind of watched last week's Malaysia-China match definitely saw some crazy scores coming out of Chimmy. And I think if Malaysia wants to cause a bit of an upset here against South Korea, it's going to have to be both of the players on Malaysia, because Chiwi's going to have to put up a similar performance, and Neo's going to actually have to scale a little bit better. I think Neo does scale pretty well into late game pools, so I'll be keeping an eye out on him in particular, but it still just feels like South Korea this year are set up to be the heavy favorites to take the whole tournament.
Yeah, and also you mentioned the duo that Malaysia has might play into South Korea's favor, mostly because the mere fact that South Korea actually has depth in their roster, they have the freedom to substitute players, depending basically on any pick. So if anything, Malaysia really needs to perform out of their minds to maybe put South Korea down in the losers bracket going into next week for the second year in a row.
Yeah, South Korea having the same two core players as they did last year in Dressurf and YZ, but this year Han Jae-hoon in particular has been the one to really up their performance, like up their skill ceiling with the LNs in particular. So I think this year South Korea is definitely looking like a terrifying LN team. I think both of these teams being fairly well-rounded overall, I don't think we're necessarily going to be seeing a strong like Rice versus LN dichotomy here, but I think Malaysia might be opting towards, maybe just based on how the players have performed so far, maybe Malaysia is looking towards maps like Rice 2, Rice 3. Just looking at that Tinnitus score from Malaysia last week really scares me.
Yeah. But that's what makes this matchup pretty scary. Basically, both teams could go for whatever chart they really want. I'd say maybe the first two picks each for the teams, for both teams, might dictate what our pace will be as we go further.
Yeah, and the real challenge here for Malaysia is that I think because both teams are so well-rounded, and because South Korea just overall has such a ridiculously high skill ceiling overall, they have that depth in their roster. I think the challenge here is Malaysia are going to try to find what picks they can win. Because I feel like South Korea is almost favored on every map in this pool. So it is going to be a tough time for Malaysia to try and win some of these points here, but they are protecting LN1. I think in LN1 typically so far this tournament has been the one left aside just to try and cause a bit of an upset to throw people off, because it is one of those skill sets that is a lot less comfortable for top players.
And South Korea will be going for Volstead Bar, the so-called slowed version of Strong 280.
But then sped back up again.
Yeah.
Slowed down and sped back up.
Yeah. This sped back up to put it at 140 BPM. I remember some jokes being made over other socials among the players. Like I think they call it weak 140 or strong 140 or whatever they call it.
But the thing I find the funniest is that so the original song is slower, and also longer. But in this version, they sped it up to the same BPM as Strong 280, just without without the sounds in between. And then also cut it to like the same cut as Strong 280. So you pretty much like remade Strong 280 just with like half the sounds missing.
Yeah, but the main difference is Strong 280 was a chord stream chart. If I remember last year's or 2022 schools, pretty much.
Completely different chart, of course.
Yeah,
but that is going to be
different.
the Protect. And I know, in particular, I have seen some scores. I think a lot of players, this round in particular, has been the one that the chord jack chart is really starting to push them physically quite a lot. Like previous weeks, we've seen some crazy like 999k scores on the chord jack. I don't expect any of those to be coming out here. I think the map is significantly harder, so it's going to be more about maintaining that the combo as much as you can, avoiding the misses rather than sharpshooting the ratio as much. But for now, it looks like South Korea has banned LN2, so the LN coordination pick going to be the one they're not looking forward to playing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty expected from South Korea here. LN1 has been protected. Chances are really if Malaysia protected LN1, LN2 will be banned, or the other way around. Though it's surprising that we're actually seeing Inoriami no Ayame getting kicked out of the board as well.
So heavy LN focus we can see here. Both the bans going in the favor of LNs, and Malaysia opting to just straight away pick their protect right out of the gates. So this is going to be their chance. They want to get on the board first here in this match. And yeah, it kind of makes sense that both teams ban LN. As we said before, both of these teams so well-rounded, there's no really any like definitively clear this team is better at LN and this team is better at Rice. In this case, it's more the individual patterns in each of the individual maps. If there's some patterns in one of the LN maps that maybe one of the Malaysian players is not very comfortable or mind blocked or something along those lines, that's probably going to be where they're going to avoid those picks. So you might see some kind of bouncing around the different types of pools here instead of just sticking to one or the other.
Most likely we'll be sticking around for a certain part of the pool really once once see both teams settle into what strategy they'll be going for. Yeah, very interesting match overall. Again, both of these teams are fighting for a place in the grand final, hoping to get a twice-to-beat advantage to win it all.
Yeah, both teams already guaranteed the podium spot, which is nice, of course. But yeah, I don't think either team wants to necessarily go down into the losers bracket, because there's some scary teams waiting down there, and winning here would just outright guarantee top 2. And for this one here, we have, of course, South Korea having their players that they can switch in and out. As we can see here, Dressurf opting to switch out in favor of YZ for this one. And Han Jae-hoon definitely going to be on the South Korean team for every single one of these LN picks. Of course, Malaysia don't have the same luxury. They are stuck with these two players no matter what.
And here we go, South Korea against Malaysia. The Sea of Memory will be the first pick. And honestly, even I don't think Malaysia is pretty safe here. YZ and Han Jae-hoon have shown really good prowess on the LNs. So Malaysia has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, just a note as well, Chimmy did, I think, get a 50 on the very first note. So, I'm not sure if that's an FC or not, technically, but it's pretty much an FC. It doesn't really break any combo that existed, but it did dip the accuracy a little bit lower. So South Korea do have an early advantage into this one.
Yeah, actually, both South Koreans are getting accuracies higher than both Malaysians here. Chimmy is starting to get into that mid 99.4 level, just hovering around the both South Korean accuracies here. If anything, Nyokje needs to pick up the slack on the accuracies if they want to get the lead outright. But they're well within striking distance. This chart does get a bit crazy, like the more this goes on. So lots of opportunities for Malaysia to catch up.
But yeah, 2,000 points is the difference right now. Even though you say Neo has a little bit lower accuracy than everyone else, it's still very high, like 99% and above. So not very far behind at all. And now Chiwi is the one that's overtaken Han Jae-hoon now as the highest accuracy in the lobby. So this lead is actually going to start shrinking. 1,000 points, only the difference. I cannot believe the combos here, but Han Jae-hoon, the first miss.
Oh, there's a drop from Han Jae-hoon.
And that's going to shift the lead over to
It was
Malaysia.
a pretty messy drop as well. It was a pretty messy drop, actually dropping to mid 99.2 from 99.4. And Malaysia will be pulling just a bit ahead, but they need to hold on. There's still a third of the chart remaining.
And it's only 2,000 points still in favor, but Han Jae-hoon finding
Ooh,
another
another
miss. I was going to mention Neo dropping below 99%, but still holding on just well enough. This is 5,000 points now in favor of Malaysia as we're into the last part of the map. I don't want to mention too many combos here, but it's on a knife's edge still.
Yeah, like, no, the lead here is not safe at all, despite Malaysia pulling ahead. YZ is going to be helping the Malaysians' cause here to extend that lead just a bit more, almost to 5 digits, as Malaysia might be carrying a double FC going into the end of this chart. Will they pick up the first point of this match?
No, okay,
Well,
that
they
is
do. Not a double FC, though.
one miss at the end. I think technically Chiwi did miss the very first note. So
Ooh,
even if...
maybe.
But yeah, I think this is such a perfect, like... This is such a perfect like team score for Malaysia in the sense that I think this really does encapsulate what Malaysia is as a team right here. Chiwi is so good with the accuracy and the consistency in all of these maps, but Neo now, we can see, now that we're in finals pool, this combo ability from Neo, the higher end capability, can really catch him up with the other players here. The only FC, despite the lower accuracy, is enough to keep Malaysia ahead, and they've won their first point.
And that point is very vital. But now they will be tested. They will be tested by South Korea, who are going to be, for sure, who are going to be picking picks that will favor their own skill sets. I presume they might be opening with either RC1 or RC5. Actually, any of the rice picks, I think they might find Tsakshanghao or Campanella may be a bit too risky, just because of the fact that they're chord streams.
Yeah, I think chord stream might be too much in the comfort zone of Malaysia, given what we've seen so far in the tournament. I wouldn't even put it past them. I mean, they could go for the LNs or the hybrids as well, even though Malaysia did win that LN map. LN1 is definitely a very different style of map to the other ones that we see here, so maybe South Korea feels a bit more comfortable on the other LN maps. That could definitely be a place that they choose to go to.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, might be possible that they could also go for hybrid too, just because of the difficulty of the chart in itself. Cutter as well, if they want to just get that possibly like a very good point in. I think that Malaysia should at least be able to keep up with the other rice picks as well. So yeah, it's a pretty hard call, but YZ has made the decision, and we're going to be seeing Moongate.
Yes, speed is something that South Korea are scarily good at. Dressurf in particular, I know we're definitely going to be seeing him switching it, probably for Han Jae-hoon. And if you look back at some of the previous stats, I think even Japan doesn't seem to be able to keep up to South Korea's team scores on some of the speed maps so far. And that says a lot, because Japan easily was one of the best rice map teams in the entire tournament. But we'll see, because I think it was also a rice one that we saw Chiwi get some ridiculous scores on a couple weeks ago as well. Only is going to be about whether or not the Malaysian team can keep up with this level of difficulty. And actually, Han Jae-hoon is going to be sticking in here instead of YZ.
Yeah, actually, pretty surprising for South Korea. I actually might guess that Han Jae-hoon might be a bit more comfortable with this chart. Again, that's really the advantage of having some depth in your roster.
Yeah, when all three of the South Korean players we expect to be playing here are so physically capable of pretty much everything, then yeah, you can pick and choose which players are more comfortable. And there's Neo's first miss of the match coming early on into this pick. That's giving a very large lead over, because this is not just a miss, but a whole % in accuracy behind Dress Surf is Neo right now. That's giving 12,000 points really early on.
And like that amount of disadvantage actually is going to be a problem for Malaysia, as we see Neo finding yet another drop already at 98.4%. As not to mention, like charts like these are so easy to get a run, like a feedback loop into your score. Like if you miss at one point, it's so easy to mess up the rest. Same goes for like performing very well.
Yeah, it is almost impossible to get a clean miss on these patterns, right? You can see the amount of rolls, the amount of sweeps. If you're messing up one of those patterns, you're getting all of those notes in one roll as bad judgments. So accuracy drops are really easy to do, and that has happened to Neo a couple times now. Sitting at 98.5, but Dress Surf on the other side of the screen, still at 99.75. 3 full combos still in this lobby, actually. Chiwi is managing to hold back Han Jae-hoon's score.
Yeah, like we're seeing 3 players like performing really well. I mean, Neo is performing very well as well, maintaining a pretty substantial combo this time around, but the accuracy really, the early act drops have been basically the main difference between these two teams. As like you just see that score gap. South Korea really has a commanding lead.
I can't believe this accuracy that we're seeing.
Yeah.
What is this from South Korea, right? Dress Surf in particular. There's another miss from Neo, but
no,
finding the miss at the very end.
Yeah, that's
I don't
unfortunate.
think it's not going to matter whatsoever, though. This lead is too massive, 45,000 points. But what are these, like, how do you hack that? What is this?
I think that was a clean miss from Dress Surf, actually. That is ridiculous.
Dress Surf, Han Jae-hoon, and Chiwi all getting about the same accuracy, about the same score. At 985k, I was not expecting scores this high on a finals level speed pick. And that is going to be, understandable why South Korea ended up first picking this one. They are going to take their first pick right back in convincing fashion as well.
While South Korea immediately making a show of power in this match. But I think Malaysia still has some room to pick up points. I mean, there's a lot of picks remaining in this pool. I think they should just stick to whatever strategy they have in mind. Most likely they might be going for LN still.
Does look like it. Yeah, we are going to be seeing one of the best songs in the pool, according to some.
Indeed.
But,
I am one of those some.
Same. But yeah, we're gonna see a lot of emotes in the chat, of course, during this song. Chat will become unreadable for a certain period of time here, but this one is going to be interesting as well, because this is a lot longer. And I think what Malaysia really has to bank on to be able to earn some more points is to, first of all, they have to be holding the combo. Pretty much FCing would be great from them, but they also have to hope that South Korea miss a little bit more, because although Chiwi has some fantastic accuracy, it pretty much just matches the side of South Korea. So I don't think Malaysia can get any kind of accuracy lead on these maps. They have to win it based on the combo. And this is definitely a long enough map to really secure a large combo lead if South Korea find a few misses.
Yeah, and though the main risky part of this chart in particular is that some of the longer picks usually tend to become the quote-unquote easier pick relative to the other picks in their part of the pool. Well, at least for the LNs, for the other pools, if I remember correctly, they tend to be harder than the rest. This one in particular, I think, aside from the combo, accuracy might come into play, especially if South Korea manages to maintain their combos as well. So like lots of dimensions lots of dimensions to look at going into this pick.
Yeah, another interesting thing to note as well is this being OD 5.5 does mean that it's a little bit less punishing on the accuracy, so we might see Malaysia holding a closer team accuracy to South Korea on this one in particular. But we'll have to see as we're getting into this map now. Chiwi with a very early miss there. Decently clean ones though, still above 99%.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, Neo keeping up with the accuracy early on before this 16-bit pattern. Actually, finding drops in accuracy. YZ carrying the highest accuracy now, but like even with this sequence, Malaysia is well within striking distance. Should South Korea find a drop somewhere in this chart, the early drop from Chiwi I don't think won't matter that much. Won't matter that much unless South Korea really maintains this combo throughout the entire chart.
And Chiwi is definitely one of those players that can make up a miss just from accuracy alone. And we can see that already. Chiwi basically tying an accuracy with YZ at the highest in the lobby. Neo's actually keeping up as well with Han Jae-hoon. These accuracies are basically tied between the two teams. It's all that one singular miss difference, and that's only 2,000 points. So Malaysia's still in it. It's still anyone's pick so far, as we're in about a third of the way into the map so far.
Yeah, actually, so far so good for all of these players, really. Now we're getting into the more, I'd say, a bit more technical part of the chart with the shields and all. Neo finding a drop in that shield stair sequence. So that gives South Korea just a tad bit more breathing room. And we're just halfway.
Yeah, 2 FCs for South Korea, 0 FCs on the side of Malaysia, but the accuracy's still close. Neo's still holding an accuracy that's pretty close, but there's a miss from Chiwi. These break sections are not break sections. That's the theme of most LN maps. You cannot afford to loosen up even a little bit on those breaks. And this lead is now going to start going up to 10,000 points.
Yeah, while the density is relatively easy, like being able to having the coordination really to maintain your combo that section is pretty vital. Now we're getting into more of these staccato LNs that are actually not connected to their following note. Actually, everyone not really dropping that much accuracy. Now the density really picks up at this point.
Malaysia's going to have to hope for one of these combos to break, but Neo is the one that finds a second break there. Another fairly clean one. Only clean misses coming from the side of Malaysia, but South Korea is just not trading them whatsoever. Still with the 2 full combos, and we only have a quarter of the map left. They're building this lead ever so slowly.
Yeah, what I mentioned earlier, if South Korea is able to maintain these combos, maybe the accuracy, maybe the combos won't be enough for Malaysia as well. YZ did find the drop though, which is something that Malaysia wants, but Neo finds 2 consecutive drops as a reply, and that should give South Korea more, like a bit more breathing room again. Like these patterns are super difficult.
Yeah, these are some evil patterns towards the end here, especially with those like little staccato LNs as well. And Neo having a little bit of a rougher time than everyone else on keeping the combo towards the end here. Dropping AC a little bit. It's Chiwi with the highest AC in the lobby right now, but the misses coming out overall. Only 1 miss on the side of South Korea in total. And that is going to be enough for them to get a break point early on here. By 12,000 points, it is Han Jae-hoon finding the clean FC there, 977k. But Chiwi actually, despite the couple misses, is going to win it out purely based on that accuracy.
Yeah. And also just noting that YZ's drop was an LN drop. You see that 50 over there, so still a phenomenal performance there from YZ. Again, Chiwi mentioning the MVP right there. Actually for Neo, I think this pick in particular is I think relatively a bit more uncomfortable for their combo. At least for the way the combo, maybe they'll find their composure on Fluctuated, which is a bit more straightforward than this chart. But for now, it's South Korea that will be doing their pick.
Yeah, and I wonder if they decided to take things back towards the Rice. They did have a very dominant performance on Moongate, which was Rice 1. So maybe they decide, well, they still have their Protect in Rise 4 up if they want to go for that one right away. Or I think basically any of them, maybe I don't expect Rise 2 or Rise 3 to come out, but any of the other 4 do seem like fairly tempting options for South Korea right now.
Maybe like Clover might be a good one. Just a follow up what they had from Moongate. Actually, maybe even Chimmy Mario.
Chimmy Mario would be a good one as well, because it is a very long map. So if South Korea really want to try and leverage an accuracy advantage, long maps are definitely the place to do it. But actually instead, we are going to be seeing the Osu original Campanella coming in here, which is going to be the Chord Stream pick. Now Malaysia, we have been saying Malaysia have had some fantastic Chord Stream performances, but South Korea definitely can as well.
Actually, now that I realize it, Campanella is also a good follow-up to Moongate. I mean, you already see the speed component there. This chart is at 227 BPM, practically double stairs the entire chart, with some small brackety sections as well.
Yeah, this speed is no joke. 227 BPM is insanely fast, especially when we're talking about 7K with more difficult patterning overall when we're talking about Chord Stream in particular. So it's going to be hard here, but mistakes have been made. And this is a fairly short map as well. 2 minutes long means that any large mistake that might happen in the middle of the map is going to count for more in terms of the score.
Alright, here we go. I think I should have mentioned in the introduction to this stream as well that the pool here, like the finals pool, is well within the range of all of these superstars remaining in the tournament, and it's just so surreal to see everyone in their element now in this World Cup. As we enter this barrage of notes, Kiwi and Neo getting 99.8s and Dresser as well with a 99.9, just a sign of things to come.
Yeah, all players finding that intro very easy, but the real meat of the chart is yet to come here. And these double stairs are not going to stop for a while. We see some accuracy drop on the side of Neo, but nothing too significant just yet. This is only 1,000 points in the lead of South Korea.
Kiwi actually getting the highest accuracy here in the entire lobby, actually gaining some accuracy before that pretty dense burst.
And with the act drops actually on the side of South Korea down to 99.7, this lead is shrinking really fast. It's going to come down to who makes the big mistakes first. So far, everyone holding on really well. We're getting halfway through the map. This is only 1,000 points.
Both South Koreans actually stabilizing at that 99.7 level, actually just increasing the lead a tad bit. Kiwi actually finding a slight act drop on that section.
Yeah, we can see 50s in that section there at the very end of that pattern. Was going to drop Chiwi's down. He is still the highest accuracy in the lobby, but not by that much now. And Neo is dropping accuracy very slowly, 99.4 now. And that's giving 6,000 points in the lead, but anything can happen right now. There's some things here that I don't want to be mentioning just now.
Yeah, like we can't have to continue commentary. No. Neo actually finding just a small drop in accuracy as well in that section, and no, that miss is unfortunate.
What's even more absurd is that this is like the last 10 seconds of the map now. We just saw our first miss. There's 3 FCs. Yeah. What?
Alright, what are these 200 counts?
Map pool selectors, I think we gotta make things harder. These players are too good. 227, too slow for some some of the players that we have in this lobby. Only one miss on the side of Neo. Neo's score good enough to beat pretty much any other team in this tournament. But South Korea is playing on another level right now. 6 and 7 200s respectively. I think Chiwi also had about 7 as well. And that,
Yeah.
I mean, the miss didn't matter at the end of the day, thankfully enough for Chiwi,
yeah.
but
All right. Man.
yeah, that's crazy. The crazy thing is that
yeah, sure.
Malaysia's team score was good enough that I would think that with those scores, Malaysia should pick that. But it's just that otherworldly performance right now from South Korea. They're looking way too comfortable on maps they should not be looking comfortable on. And now is a very difficult decision because Malaysia, they might just pick the last LN, but instead it looks like they're going to be switching over to the hybrids. We're going to be seeing, more of a generic, more of a straightforward hybrid compared to the other two coming out here in Overdrive Power.
Most likely this might be just a gauge to see how both teams will be performing in the hybrid picks. Really, the other two hybrids do get pretty crazy, and I think at least for Malaysia, like trying to get a point on this and get their match back on track as well. And man, I'm still speechless from the previous pick actually.
I can't believe we had 988, 989, and 991. That's just stupid. It shouldn't happen on this pool.
Just relatively speaking, the finals pool this year was
okay, same. But it looks like we are going to be seeing Han Jae-hoon switching back in here for South Korea. So Dresser, Han Jae-hoon.
just a bit harder have been directed, and we're seeing scores like actually a pretty good. I think that's a pretty standard duo for South Korea here. These two.
And here we go into another pick from Malaysia here. They've already lost one break point, so they're going to want to make sure they don't lose any more against Korea. And of course, this one being a mix of both LN and Rice. It's Neo that finds the early break right out the gate here. And that comes with a bit of an act drop compared to everyone else as well. But Dresser actually being the one to trade it here. Trading misses with Neo. It's going to be South Korea still in the lead, but now Chiwi misses as well. Everyone except for Han Jae-hoon, the only full combo left right now. And accuracy also in favor of South Korea because of Neo just very briefly dipping below 99%. All in all, we have seen a couple of misses from Dresser.
Yeah, but there's still 2/3 of the chart remaining here. Malaysia, fortunately for them, has still some room to catch up.
They are going to have to hold on to their combos a little bit more in the second half, though. And they're going to have to hope that South Korea find a couple misses. 14,000 points definitely recoverable in a map that's only 2 minutes long. And these jacks with LN, so brutal always to try and hold on to combo, but everyone finding them okay. And 14,000 points. Oh, that's a double miss from South Korea. Both players dropping, and this lead halves immediately. I think Malaysia just wants one more moment like that.
Malaysia actually doing... Oh, no. Yo, that's a bad rush as well. Oh, like a few misses. Bracket.
Yeah, a few misses there, kind of like locking on some of those notes it looked like there. Now 20,000 points in the lead for South Korea. It looked like we are going to be seeing our second breakpoint in favor of Korea. And 4-1 now, as we see Chimmy, another lobby MVP coming out of him, despite those early couple of misses there. And we can see from Neo there, despite really high combo, 2,600, those 10 misses all came from, I think, pretty much the same pattern. That was just messed up a little bit too much. Oh yeah, 3-2, wait, hang on, 3-200s. Okay, Dresser. Yeah, 3-200s, 5 misses. That's a very weird set of judgments to be getting. But now South Korea, ball is in their court. They can pick pretty much whatever they want. It's all working out for them right now, despite that early point taken by Malaysia. And it looks like instead they're going to be calling a timeout here. They want to discuss what they want to pick next. Make sure that they don't throw away any lead based on bad decisions or anything like that. Making sure they are picking the best possible pick they can make. And they do actually still have their Protect still up in Volstead Bar. So if they want to go the Core Jack route, that is definitely something they can go for. Korea definitely showing some of the best. Definitely a top 2 Core Jack team in the world, that's for sure. And it looks like we're just going to be waiting for them to discuss overall. I think the hybrids did look, the hybrid one definitely did look fairly good for South Korea overall, but the misses maybe kind of make it seem like they're not entirely comfortable with some of these hybrid charts. You could imagine if Malaysia did manage to hold on to combo a little bit more, that could have been an opportunity for Malaysia to come back. So I think South Korea definitely have to look at something that they feel like they are comfortable, maybe even getting a full combo on. And Rise 2 also kind of stands out as something that might also be something good to go for. Rise 3, of course, getting 990k average pretty much for South Korea means that they can definitely play those chord streams very, very well. And although Rise 2 is a lot more dense, it is still the same kind of type of patterning. So I could definitely see them going for that one, or Volstead Bar in particular. Of course, still have I don't know if we've seen the Hybrid 3 actually being played so far this weekend. That, of course, being, I think, the last Osu original that hasn't been picked just yet. But, of course, we are going to be seeing Korea picking Rise 2. So we're going to be sticking with the chord stream. This one more dense, a little bit slower, actually a lot slower in terms of the BPM. 192 still nothing to scoff at, but this one, the focus is on the density.
I'm actually pretty surprised that they went for this.
Yeah, this one also 2 minutes long. So I think 2 minute long maps Malaysia are going to be fairly happy with overall, because it does open the door to chokes, potentially giving away a score advantage. But we did see how insanely strong they were at chord stream. So if they're feeling just as strong on this one as they were on Campanella, it's hard to fault this pick.
I think this is a bit risky in some manner. You mentioned the Campanella.
definitely could be pretty risky. But we'll have to see, because it's only risky if South Korea miss. And they did not miss at all in the Campanella. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how comfortable they feel on something like this, and how comfortable Malaysia feel, because potentially if Malaysia manages to get some FCs themselves, this could end up being fairly close. But early on in this map, nothing too crazy at the very start. All 4 players holding on to very strong accuracies. And here we go right away with the extreme density, and this is not going to let up throughout the map either. And the high OD as well means that the accuracy can drop really, really fast on some of these patterns. So far we have Chimmy and Dresser both holding extremely high axe overall. Neo a little bit behind YZ, that's giving this 2,000 point advantage over towards South Korea for now. In terms of combo,
actually holding on very well. Yeah, they're actually holding on very well to their accuracies as of the moment. Malaysia actually stabilizing to wherever at their levels right now. I think Neo needs to pick up a bit on the accuracy, and this is a good opportunity for Neo to do so. But we'll really see if South Korea is able to maintain their composure once the main super dense part of the chart starts.
Here we go, another one of these dense sections coming here. Dressurf and Chiwi still with these monstrously high accuracies. Neo still a little bit behind, but not by much, and that's a miss from YZ, the first miss of the map, and this is going to shrink the lead really quick. It was a very, very clean miss, so maybe not enough by itself, and there goes a miss from from Neo as well.
But YZ manages to trade that, but South Korea's accuracy is actually really nuts right now. Dresser doing well with a 99.9. Neo finally get another drop, and that should give South Korea just a tad bit more of the lead. As we end this chart with a really, really phenomenal score from Dresser. What is that?
Dressurf and Chiwi.
Really want double F.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh my god! What 0-200s,
Oh,
but the one that's a 1-20 ratio from Dresser. Chiwi as well with only
Chiwi as
two
well.
200s. Up that.
I was
Not
about to
much to
say
say.
Viva double S, but when I saw the 0-1, I thought, wait, Viva double S? Oh,
It
shoot.
looked like it for a split second. It looked like it, but that is crazy nonetheless. 997k just about for Dressurf on a finals level pool, acting like it's group stage here.
Not even group stage. Group stage in the 4K World Cup, for that matter. Yeah.
Dressurf is out here acting like we're playing 3-star TV size anime ranked maps, trying to go for this insane ratio.
And now we're seeing Chibi Mario. Did you know, like, I almost said Chibi Mario at some point.
Chibi Mario. I mean, that's kind of in
almost
line with the
missed it.
background, right? Chibi Mario.
Maybe.
But this one is an interesting pick because this is really long. This is 4 minutes long, way longer than any of the other Rise maps in the pool. And I think, if anything, you know, long maps do favor the team with an ACK lead. And I think so far, South Korea has definitely shown themselves to be the better accuracy team. So
Actually, I remember seeing from the showcase notes that this chart is actually quite hard. Relatively harder than the other picks.
yeah, and the length does not help that whatsoever as well. Stamina might be kicking in towards the end of this one. And I think YZ has a very good proposition, a very good point here. It might be more fair if they 1v3 dress after a score like that. Might need to do something. I think we need a nerf dresser.
Yeah. Yeah, like, just imagine Evie, your teammate, mentioning that you need, like, all of them need to unite forces to just topple whatever that ridiculous score that's what this did earlier.
Yeah, maybe with the 3 of them, they have the ability to take him down. But we'll see. This is obviously a very different map to what we've seen so far in the Rise. This one much more mixed. This one have a lot of more like funky patterns that are very easy to miss on as well. So I doubt we'll be seeing, I sure hope we don't see any like 996Ks again.
I'll be
It's not gonna.
I'll
It's not
be
gonna
shocked.
happen. No, not on this
I mean,
one.
not on this one, maybe. It would be ridiculous though. I just can't imagine how everyone's jaw would drop in that manner.
No, if that does happen, we need to check his PC. That's it's not happening. But 4 minutes long, we're off to a good start for all four players. Right out the gates here, only 400 points in the lead of South Korea, just off of a little bit of an act lead. But real pattern starting to kick in right now.
All right, everyone getting through that mini jack section. So, while YZ finding a drop, Neo trading that.
Another follow-up miss as well from Neo. That's going to swing the lead in favor of South Korea. So 3,000 points already. Big accuracy drop as well from Neo that came with those. So about 0.5% behind YZ, and that's the main kind of 1v1 we're looking at to decide the map, it looks like. Neo versus YZ here, the players that have been finding the misses the past couple maps. Whereas Chiwi and Dresser both matching each other with the full combos. YZ finding another miss. This lead is going to start shrinking.
Yeah, there's a lot of no CD, and Neo also needs to increase that accuracy, at least to close the gap just by a bit more. I mean, South Korea is starting to stretch, especially with Chimmy now finding a drop. It's only Dresser with the only full combo left in this chart.
Yeah, and the accuracy now, Dresser beating Chiwi in the accuracy after that miss. YZ still 0.5% above Neo. And as I said, misses cannot quite make up for a big accuracy difference in long maps like this. So Neo in particular is definitely going to want to increase the accuracy. He is actually raising the accuracy quite a bit, but a trade from YZ and Chiwi, that's going to bode just fine for South Korea. As Dresser still is holding on. I'm gonna not mention his name for the rest of this map.
Yeah. Actually, ooh, YZ finding yet another drop. It's actually a pretty big drop, but immediately recovered.
That's a pretty nasty
That's
drop,
just the nature of
actually.
this start.
That was a whole, like, 0.2% accuracy drop, as Neo is actually increasing the accuracy, does find a miss. That one a fairly clean one, all things considered, though. And both Neo and Chiwi starting to increase the accuracies just a little bit, is making up a little bit of this score lead, but now it's raising once again as YZ managing to build back up above 99.4%.
Also, I just noticed that one guy actually B1 double S that intersection. Alright.
He who should not be named, doing unspeakable things on our screen.
Yeah, imagine V1 double S-ing that section. Alright. Now with this
Neo.
break section, is this going to be a literal break section? I don't think so.
The most dangerous sections in any map, I swear. But Neo did drop a little bit below 99%. Has to build up the accuracy yet again, but there's not much left in the map. And 18,000 points now. This accuracy lead has just grown the lead ever so slightly. There's a miss from YZ, but it's traded by Neo. So no big deal from the side of South Korea. They are going to maintain this lead throughout the ending. And unless there's a massive collapse from both of the South Korean players, it's looking like they are going to manage to hold on to this.
Yeah, and YZ and the guy who will not be named until the end of this chart still holding on to whatever they're doing right now. Chimmy with a pretty substantial combo as well. And never mind.
No. See, this is why we're not naming that other person. No. Oh, is that 9? It's almost 995, wasn't it?
Only 5-200.
Oh my
gosh.
1 to 10 ratio, 5-200s.
Match boy South Korea.
Nah. No, they need to
Yeah.
change the rule. This is 1v3 now, please. Like actually, this is not fair.
What? Um, Dresser is decent at the game.
He's all right. He's not bad.
Yeah, like not too bad. Just casually outscoring everyone by at least 20,000 points.
Could have had 4 200s
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah.
You know, could have reduced that a little bit. But yeah. Match point for South Korea, by the way, off of that. That was another break point being won. This is 6 points in a row for South Korea in this match, and they're looking prime position to be able to take the match straight away. And I mean, Dress Surf is on just another level right now. He is on a roll, and the pick has to be something that he can keep up this form with. I think they stick with the rice.
Now I want to see Volset Bar.
Oh no! Oh, it's coming out. They
It has to be. There you go.
So hold on. Dress Surf 996k on Sechiang, and then 994k Chibi Mario. Both of them with some like 1 to 20, 1 to 10 ratios. If you can 1 to 20 ratio Sechiang, what's the ratio gonna be here? This is a very hard map though. I think this definitely potential for misses from any player.
Yeah.
We did see even, the likes of Butanic on the side of Japan find a few misses throughout this chart as well. So FC definitely not guaranteed. I mean, okay, it might happen. It might still happen, but I'm just going to make sure that it's known that this is not an easy map to combo whatsoever.
To put it into perspective, Chord Jacks scale so fast in 7K. Like, there's a reason why there isn't really too many Chord Jack charts in 7K. Most likely, whenever there are tournaments, it has to be custom charted.
And we'll see. This is absolutely not going to be a ratio battle, despite what we might end up seeing. It is going to be all about holding on to this combo as long as possible, because we are going to be seeing, especially towards the middle of the map, a lot of misses coming out.
I am not going to be mentioning any names here. Malaysia, with the slight accuracy difference, really, like, how do you compete with two 99.9s right now? I mean, again, like, both Malaysians actually have the prowess as well to be able to maintain accuracies, maybe in an earlier round for these Chord Jack charts. But such is the difficulty of this one.
Yeah, and I think Malaysia knows as well they are not going to be able to compete with the raw ratio that is on the side of South Korea on a pick like this, so it's going to be up to them to maintain the combos. And South Korea definitely have a lot of potential to be able to find some breaks later on here. All four players, never mind. Neo finding the first drop, very clean one on the long jack.
Long jacks do get annoying. Now here we go. The super dense section.
And we'll see who makes the first mistake here in this one. We see a bit of an act drop from Chiwi's side. And that's going to grow the lead in favor of South Korea. The longer that South Korea holds on to these combos, the more of a lead they're going to make just off of this accuracy. And they have, both of them are at 99.9. That is incredible. Chiwi finding the break now. Both full combos from Malaysia gone.
And that drop as well from Chiwi, dropping them basically to 99.2. Like, that's a 0.5% off their accuracy. That sequence not really helping Malaysia at all.
And it really hurts for that to happen at the very end of that really dense section as well. Just a couple more seconds held on would have been the difference between that 0.5%.
Now we're in the final quarter.
Yeah. South Korea, by the way. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Jessup actually finding a little bit of an act drop. That was like a 50, I think, but still holding on to some ridiculous accuracy overall. Still the double full combo. I'm saying it just straight out. They have to miss, but Chiwi's the one to miss instead, and this lead is just gonna keep growing insurmountable at this point as we're getting
Neo-
into the end.
Neo finding a drop dresser, finally dropping for South Korea, but that won't matter at all as they guaranteed themselves in the spot in the grand finals, trying to right what has been wronged of them last year.
It's YZ now. What is this? YZ,
Wow.
250s, but 188. 300s, 995k now from YZ, 989k from Dressurf. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dressurf proving that he's like at least 1% human with that miss. The rest of it is definitely some kind of robot. But that is an absolute statement performance at the end of this match, specifically from South Korea. They are looking absolutely terrifying, and they are going to be moving on to the grand finals, 7-1 over Malaysia, while Malaysia are going to be sent down into the losers bracket now.
And we'll be facing the winner of the next match. But for now, South Korea, congratulations, guaranteeing themselves at least top 2 in this tournament. And as I said at the end of that final chart in this match, hoping to right the possibly small glitch that happened last year.
Yeah, looking for revenge to retake that title is South Korea, and they have set themselves up in the best possible position. They are, of course, going to also get that advantage of the winner's side bracket, being having to lose 2 matches in a row to whatever team ends up making that grand finals. But we still have one more match this weekend. It is, of course, going to be the losers bracket, China versus Philippines. The winner of that match is going to be the one that versus Malaysia in the 3rd place match next week as well. So this is an insanely important match. Winner of China versus Philippines does guarantee top 3 podium position. So both of these teams are going to be fighting, and I think it's going to be really close.
Oh, I think it is. And here's the thing, if I remember, if China wins this, we will have the podium of 2022. If the Philippines win this, we will have the podium of 2023. Just the order only needs to be determined.
Yeah, definitely all 4 teams left in this tournament right now are teams that have had a very, very long history of success in 7 Key World Cup. All of these players super strong. So it is going to be an insane match, I think. So you better stick around. 30 minutes just about is going to be that one at 13:30 UTC. So until then, we're going to be having a little bit of a break. So we'll hope to see you very shortly.